We're going to test your knowledge about Malta by asking you a few questions. Some are multiple choice.
Okay.
Some are true or false. All of them are factual. You ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's see how everything goes.
True or false, there are more cars than people in Malta.
False.
More cars than people. Yeah, true.
Malta is so little. I would say true that there's more cars than people.
I would say like false.
I think it's true. I saw a lot of cars.
It's true.
It's a trick question. It's false.
It's false. Okay.
That was a bit risky one.
Yeah, because I saw in Google yesterday that there is not a high amount of people, and I was just like, maybe because this is just somewhere where people who has a lot of money come, so maybe they have a lot of cars as well, so maybe it's going to be higher, but feels like not.
Which of these cities is the capital of Malta? Vienna, Valencia, Venice, or Valletta?
Okay, I can rule out number two and number three.
Oh, that one I should know actually. I was checking this today on Google and I forgot.
So I'll go with the false option, even though I don't remember the name.
Valletta.
Valletta?
Valletta, I would say. Yeah.
Valletta.
Let's say Valida?
Nice.
Which of these is not an island of Malta? Malta, Gozo, Arimata, Comino.
Like every of the names sounds like it's Japanese actually.
I will go for Comino. Comino sounds Italian, so I'm going for that.
Let it be Comino.
Okay. Let's put it Alimata.
Alimata?
Animata. Is it going to be true? Yeah, that's good. I have a lot of knowledge about Malta, or a lot of luck. Who knows?
That was random, actually.
The island of Malta has an area of what size? 316, 1,000, 421, or 559?
I'll just go with the oddest number, so the number 4.
D, 5.
Shouldn't, I don't know. Just pure guess C.
I guess Malta is a big one. Maybe let's go third again.
C, 400.
C, I think. No.
316.
Unlucky.
And the last one, how many universities does Malta have? 1, 3, 2, or 7?
I will go with 3.
I think 2.
I would say Malta has 3, actually.
I'm going with 3.
Maybe 1?
No. 1? Only 1?
I thought there would be 2 like competing with each other.
I know there are a lot of colleges and stuff, but university is like the biggest, the major one, it's 1.
You did well.
In the beginning, yeah.
Thank you for playing.
Thank you.
That's 6 out of 10.
That's not too bad, that's okay. I'll take it.
And welcome back to the Central Europe Malta Finals here. I am Exner, and I'm joined here by Alan. We got rid of Paula, no longer here with us tonight rather. But we do have Alan and I once again to close us out for the night. It's lovely to be here in the late hours.
Yeah, and we're starting early. This is almost morning at the time we're going live with this one. So in that sense, that's got us riled up for a good game, bringing maximum excitement. And yeah, this one we spoke about it on air, off air, and I think everyone feels that this is a marquee matchup in the sense that surely this has to go close. If the previous results are anything to go by on these teams, there's no world where a map can finish seemingly under about 28 rounds.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, every time that these teams, they do take each other on, it's always been 30 or 29 rounds underneath the Bad News Eagles banner. So it's going to be a close one, right? At least that's what we're anticipating. And any difference on that result, it would be a bit of a surprise. But one thing to note is that I think Eternal Fire, they've had a hell of a day so far. They've had a long day, but they've been winning a lot.
Yeah, I think they 2-0'd into the breach in the RMR qualifier.
Yes.
So I think they're 4-0 in maps, and some of those are reasonably convincing as well. So they have had a busy day. It's I mean, it's not much consolidation, but it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been playing a lot more Counter-Strike. So obviously, as we can see here, this is the bracket. Earlier on, gave ENCE a little bit of a spanking. So reversal on what Sampais was planning to dish out, and BNE also took down Movistar. That was a little bit closer on a couple of those maps. But yeah, I think the two, certainly off what we've seen today in isolation, two of the two teams looking in great shape. And yeah, I'm very intrigued to see now we're in this upper bracket matchup who can streak ahead into that final, because the other aspect to mention is if you make it now into that grand final, it means you won't be playing a series tomorrow before you go into that grand final. So there's that aspect of retaining stamina, a bit more time to prepare and relax. And given the rough schedule, especially Eternal Fire has been on, now making it straight into the grand final would actually increase their odds of winning this tournament by a pretty significant degree, given how worn down they must be at this point.
Yeah, there's no question, but one team that is going to be hoping to get their way in towards that grand final is going to be Bad News Eagles. We got a closer look with this video here. Well, strictly business for the Bad News Eagles there. As you can see, they are zoned in, locked in.
Devil Walk.
We have Devil Walk on
Devil
the
Walk's
PC.
on the server.
He's playing the game. He's going to be helping out. Maybe he can get some reps in as well.
Yeah, I actually heard a funny story that I think Roban for FaZe, when they're warming up and stuff, he likes to hop into retakes with them to force them to play and actually get some reps in and get nice and warm before playing. So maybe that's the plan, Devil Walk. He's hopped in and he wants the boys to be absolutely in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, getting ready for this matchup here. Again, Eternal Fire, they've had a long day, so I can imagine that they're coming into this matchup, well warmed up, well prepared. And I mean, something to note, I think a lot of people are talking about it here, just having hours in the server, having time played is going to be a big factor. Now, whether or not that leads to exhaustion here, like we said, for Eternal Fire playing 4 maps today, is that a big deal? You think that they're going to be able to bring some of that energy, especially with all the winning that they've been doing, into the series?
I mean, it's quite amazing so far. They played, 25 maps and maybe even more now in the past 3 or 4 days.
He's 29 in the last 6.
Yeah, because this must be true because you've got to add on those new ones they played since. So it's just crazy the amount of Counter-Strike. You might look at that and say, okay, if you play those games as scrims, it wouldn't sound that extreme. But when you're playing those as professional matches under pressure and they're changing setups, playing completely different tournaments, so many different things to focus on, it is really grueling. And I think they've proved already that they're quite capable of maintaining the stamina.
Yeah, they sure do have a lot of stamina here. So we're going to take a look at their video as well with this short clip. So we know the head-to-head between these two teams here. It's kind of historically favored BNE. But do you think that Eternal Fire can turn that ship, or do you think they're going to have the similar struggles coming into this matchup?
I'm really not sure. I know they've lost, I think, 4 or 5 times now in a row to BNE, but I can't help feeling this is still a very, very close matchup. Xantares highest rated player in the tournament. Emor is number 3, and Emor's someone that before the Woxic move really was struggling on this team. So that move now back onto the AWP seems to be much more his forte, seems to be performing a lot better. So in terms of raw individual skill, I'd probably give the edge in this matchup to Eternal Fire. I really think Xantares is that good, and Emor's having such a great event, and then throw someone like Calyx in the mix. So they certainly have the players to do it. It's just a question of, with all these roster moves, getting used to the calling of Major and getting that structure implemented. Is it at a level now where they can take down a team like BNE, who have had a lot longer to refine their overall structure and play style?
Yeah, I mean, so I got another question for you here on Eternal Fire. And you brought up Xantares, you brought up Emor, and how well Emor's been playing as of recent with the AWP. We know Woxic actually is a player that probably requires and demands a lot of resources here to get activated with the op. Do you think that, since we've seen the departure of Woxic and the increase in performance from Xantares, do you think he's getting set up a little bit more in the server?
It doesn't look overtly all that different. Maybe behind the scenes, he's better at getting himself set up. There's also an angle of, as an AWPer, it's your responsibility to make sure your teammates are aware of your plays, and you come into practice and you say, I want to do this when I have this spawn. I want you guys to have these nades ready. So maybe Emor's better in that sense. I'm not sure, but Emor definitely looks like he's being proactive. It definitely looks like he's giving that freedom to move around and get aggressive, and I think that's the aspect that really suits him on the AWP, having that freedom. And clearly in this tournament so far, that freedom is giving them quite a lot of success. Yeah,
I actually really enjoyed his opping so far this tournament, but we do have that head-to-head ready for you all, and we'll get to see who is on. I believe Juan Floucher making a reappearance here once again in Calyx, which is going to be an interesting combo between these two players.
Yeah, Jean Floucher is the highest rated player for BNE so far in this tournament. Of course, he probably is, at least until recent times, probably was always the most recognizable name on the team. He's been around for quite a while, and everyone's always known he's had great kind of individual mechanical skill and potential. Calyx had not a brilliant year last year. He came in and out of the lineup, but it wasn't looking great. I think he was probably cut on the basis of raw individual kind of performances, and he comes back. Maybe he's playing slightly different positions, I'm not sure, but he looks pretty good as of late, and over the last few months, he has been one of the better players on this team. So it's just nice to see Calyx back in good shape, because back in, say, the Space Soldiers days, he really was a force to be reckoned with. And yeah, if he's punching well as well as Emor and Xantares, then suddenly you look at that 3-man core and you say, you don't want to mess with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, so another question I have for you is that we brought Calyx up on the screen there, as you can see, and something about Eternal Fire is that they do have these 2 stars, but the players around them, the 3 standing members outside of Xantares and Emor, they actually have, I believe, like 5 or 6 1vx clutches in this event. So how do you think that has the impacting the rest of the team, knowing that they're able to close out these rounds when Xantares and Emor don't?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously something nice to have. You can't always bank on winning those 50-50s, but with the current state of the team, I don't think they're going to be outclassing people strategically all too often. So you're going to get a lot of scrappy rounds, a lot of afterplants, and yeah, it's nice to hear they're winning those. I will say, I think someone like Xantares is actually brilliant in playing afterplant situations. I think he really knows how to manipulate the map and understands, when to take a fight, when not to, when to play the bomb. So yeah, if it gets scrappy, if it gets late round, maybe Eternal Fire will be in a good place.
Yeah, I think that's really where they can shine. But we know that the history, at least in this event here, favored BNE, and I think a big deal here that 16-14 loss, they weren't winning those clutches, they weren't winning those key details, and BNE is kind of a team that we know heavy on the firepower. They can deliver. There's no real missing pieces in the server, I feel like, whenever they show up. So do you think that's going to be a problem for Eternal Fire?
Potentially. I mean, in that last matchup was a really crazy one where it absolutely could have gone either way. I took Eternal Fire to win that best of 1 going into it. That was on Inferno, and I still maintain that they had a lot of chances to win that game, and maybe they lost some anti-ecos or some poor rounds or some man advantages that maybe in the future they can clean up and convert. So I certainly think they have a punching chance in this one. The odds clearly reflect that it's a reasonably close matchup, but yeah, Eternal Fire, they are an inconsistent team. They don't necessarily always display the best fundamentals, and they can be quite frustrating to watch because they have players of such a high caliber. Someone like Xantares, if he was on a better team, if he was on a partner team in ESL or Blast, you just know he would be showcasing himself as one of the best players in the world. So they can be frustrating at times to watch, but it just feels like they just clean up their play a little bit, make slightly better decisions, maybe communicate better, maybe just be on the same page a little bit more. There is real legs to this project having a lot of success.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I think we have a little bit of time here before we hop into those interviews, so I want to talk a little bit about your experience as a coach. You know, as a coach, what's the most amount of officials that you've ever had to play in one day?
Well, on Endpoint, we didn't actually. I don't think we ever got it that bad. I think I'm trying to remember if we ever did more than 2. I remember doing two best of 3s in a day. We played in the Pinnacle Cup 2 Grand Final against Spirit. Went a map up and then lost it, and then lost a lot of prize money by not winning that one in the Grand Final. But that one was back-to-back best of 3s, with I think an hour break or something between them, and even that was brutal. So if you look at it from the Eternal Fire perspective, playing it 3 series in one day, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort, and it's seriously taxing because people forget about the time you put in front of playing even your first series. You gotta, you know, every team has their own procedure coming into a best of 3 where they'll normally, I don't know, maybe they'll meet up 2 hours early, especially when they're playing on LAN in this environment. You have a certain time you need to set up. So it's not like they just show up 10 minutes before playing and just go into the server. There's at least a few hours of preparation and setting up and getting ready to go. And maybe there's a tech delay in the mix. So yeah, their overall day is even longer than it might look just on paper. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta come in with some energy, that's for sure. You can whip out like a good 9 or 10 matchmaking games in like a good 6 hours, but if it's coming to those officials, then you really got to put in the hours, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm hoping that we see an Eternal Fire that's using that to their benefit. If we can see Zenterrors continue to be warmed up, if he's not going to be gassed in this this series and he's able to show up with some energy, then I think that it's going to be good for them rather than bad, because Zenterrors, he had a really good rating versus Into the Breach in that RMR, kind of as expected, a very much so star of the show in that series, and I think that might have qualified them if I'm not mistaken. So if that did, then that has to be a huge relief off their shoulders.
Yeah, it's probably also a pretty massive kind of confidence boost. And now, if you look at your kind of tournament schedule holistically, it's like, okay, now we're something really big to aim for. So this tournament now becomes a breeding ground, some practice time. And yeah, I think for both of these teams, I think both of these squads are really teams that play themselves into form. And they don't strike me as sides that really enjoy having, say, a 2-week block between tournaments and do a lot of practice and add a lot of rounds. I think both of these teams really like just playing, maybe not this many, but quite a lot of officials to get into shape and get the players playing well and get the communication up to speed. So I think for both of them, in senses, they would have benefited from playing quite a lot of games. But for Eternal Fire, I mean, it's just so many that it's hard not to see it ultimately as a bit of a detriment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just super impressive that throughout this event, it just hasn't seemed to phase them in the server, at least. They're still coming in. They're playing with some energy. There probably is some frustrations here and there that they have to play this many games, but they're still coming through. They're getting those wins. And so I got to say, man, massive credit to them so far for what they've been able to deliver. I mean, B&E, on the other hand, they've already locked their position, so they're not really too worried about that. They've been able to set their full focus, and I think that's going to be a huge advantage. But like you said, both these teams probably don't want to come into tomorrow and have to play 2 best-of-3s, right? So that's the big goal right now, is not having to face ENCE in that lower bracket final and make sure that they can lock in that grand final as soon as possible.
Yeah, that would definitely be nice. I was actually having a brief conversation with Devilwalk yesterday, just asking about the team and his influence, and he said some interesting stuff. So I just confirmed that Synopsy was the in-game leader, because it wasn't always absolutely when you actually look at their spots, it's not always quite obvious, whereas with most teams you can just kind of tell, especially when you look on the T side, who the caller is. So it is Synopsy. He definitely is calling, and Devilwalk said he actually micromanages these players a lot, which surprised me because they look like a very loose and kind of on-the-fly team. But it really sounds like they sort of go into rounds, maybe someone calls they want to play, and then mid-round, Synopsy sounds like he's just talking absolutely loads. He's saying, you throw this nade, you do this, we'll go for this play. So Synopsy clearly has a lot on his shoulders. And the point I made to Devilwalk, I straight up asked him, like, is your intention now to get them to move in a direction where individuals are taking more initiative? And he kind of said yes. Maybe not quite yet, but it would definitely be nice by the sounds of it for the players themselves to be taking more on their shoulders, because it sounds like Synopsy is an absolute workhorse. He's also one of the highest rated players for the team in the tournament. So if he's doing all of this micromanaging and being one of the best players and playing a lot of important positions, I mean, the list of things he has to do is a little bit unrealistic, at least over a long period.
That's for sure. We do have good news, though. We're going to be tossing it to a quick interview with Veracity over there with the players.
Thank you very much, lovely gents. I am joined by B&E and also the side of Eternal Fire. GX, I'm going to start things off with you first and foremost, because I know our dear analyst, Alan, was mentioning that Devilwalk had mentioned the concept of micromanaging. And I was chit-chatting with him a little bit earlier and the influence that he's kind of had on you particularly as a player. He said to me that during pracs, he's basically in your ear, just being like, remember to calm, remember to calm, remember to calm. So my question for you is, do you feel like that kind of reminder constantly is having an impact when you're playing officials like these? Are you just naturally ending up doing it?
I think he helped me a lot improve, actually. It was my main issue, micro calls. I usually forgot to tell, but now he's always in my ear behind me, saying for call. Now I'm getting used to it, but yeah, he helped me improve a lot, and he's doing it every day.
And how about now when it comes to playing these officials as well? Because obviously he's not going to be in your ear all of the time reminding you to come. Do you feel yourself doing that naturally now without his reminders?
Yeah, I feel it now doing naturally. It's going really good. I think it will go even better.
Amazing. I look forward to watching some more amazing AWPing coming out from you. And Mr. Major himself. Okay, let's rewind a little bit. Let's have a little bit of a recap. 2-0 versus ENCE, and then 2-0 in the RMR as well. So congrats on that, by the way. I don't know how you do it. Top fragging all over again in the. Yeah, you were top fragging in the RMR. How do I know? How you were? I'm not sure about that. You were top frag. Maybe a little bit. Maybe you were performing well though, to say the very least. How do you and your team do it? How have you been able to do it time and time again? And do you think you'll be able to do it here now?
I hope I'm gonna do it. Yeah, to be honest, like I think we played good CS. We showed good CS today against HONORIS and the major match. This match also is important for us. We want a revenge against them because it's been 2 lose now. So yeah, we are motivated and we are ready to win.
Do you feel like the exhaustion is maybe getting to you guys a little bit, or is everybody kind of in good spirits and ready to play another best of 3?
No, we're completely fine. We are full strength, yeah.
Amazing, guys. I'm not going to keep you any longer. I'm going to let you handshake away, and I'm going to ask my lovely desk for their predictions.
Predictions here for this series. It's going to be incredibly difficult to actually nail down what exactly we expect from these two teams. Full strength, though, said from Eternal Fire, so...
It's a really rough one, of course. Knowing the maps would skew it a bit, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's really down the wire. I mean, I like the direction by the sound of it that B&E are moving in. It sounds like from what we heard there that Devilwalk's influence maybe at the moment is more in terms of getting the fundamentals up to speed, and that wouldn't surprise me at all. It feels like for a team that hasn't had a lot of top level experience and hasn't had coaches coming in that have played at the absolute top level and seen that sort of aspect of the game, that maybe aspects like communication and getting on top of it and being consistent and proactive with it is something they need to work on. So it sounds like Devilwalk is doing that, and that's an aspect where he could implement that quite quickly. He can just get on top of it. It wouldn't require a massive strategic overhaul of the team. Just getting comms up to speed would be a big part. And given that Bad News Eagles over the last year or so, they're a big kind of thing that limits them is kind of problems with their fundamental gameplay. Getting comms and that up to speed and having that aspect really tight knit would do quite a lot to help the team be more consistent.
Evan, it's always good to have more insight in on the coach's aspect there for sure, coming through from the player point of view. So I do have good news for you though. We do have those vetoes coming on out as well. So we're going to take a look at what we get on the server here, because like you said, I mean, in trying to predict this matchup, we definitely need to know where we're going to be playing things out on. And honestly, I'm not sure where exactly we're going to be going for these maps. Yeah,
and for Eternal Fire, I mean, they played so many games, I guess they have a decent idea of what today, here and now, they're going to be good on. So as we get into this video, I just expect the permans to head out. That will be Ancient for Eternal Fire and Nuke for the B&E guys. I was thinking in terms of picks, I think Bad News Eagles is going to pick Mirage. They like that map. It's one of their best. They've always loved it as the kind of core of players, and indeed they go into it. And actually, Eternal Fire, despite having some really aggressive and puggy players, they've never really liked Mirage, and it's always been a surprise. The Anubis comes out from Eternal Fire. We saw that early on the tournament. It wasn't ideal, especially on the CT side, but I actually kind of almost respect the Bulls to pick into that in this sort of matchup. And the third and final will be Inferno, and that's what I thought actually Eternal Fire might pick. It's what they played last time against BNE. That was basically as close as can be. So having seen this Veto, it's all on Anubis, I think. I think Mirage is going the way of BNE, but Anubis, I've seen Eternal Fire look very good and very bad on it, even in the same map of competition. So that's the one here I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very volatile what we're going to get out of that map. There's no question about it. But again, I like the idea that they're coming into this one with full strength. I like the idea that B&E is coming in with the communication. I mean, specifically, like you mentioned at the beginning of this segment here, you know, Devilwalk having that impact on him coming through there for the Op or GXX, making sure that the Opper specifically is able to communicate. I mean, how much of an influence do you think that has on his ability to play around his team and kind of elevate everyone else?
I mean, it's unbelievably important, and you know, an aspect we spoke about a lot in these segments is AWPers like Wonderful, for example, or Zorte maybe being proactive and aggressive and making these moves. Well, a big part of that is communicating what you're going to do and being able to help your teammates set up around you and having the confidence to call around yourself and say, I've got this spawn, I want to do this. So GXX, he has been on a little bit of an upturn. Maybe that's off the back of just being more bolsterous and calling around himself a little bit better. He's also always in the middle of the map, most of the time as the AWPer, so he's in a position to gather a lot of information. So yeah, the more he's coming, the better, and even if it doesn't show on himself individually statistically, it will make the team a lot better.
Well, I've got good news for you here. We do have that those maps ready here, so we're going to be tossing to our lovely casters. It's going to be Henry G and Dinko. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Cole. I'm looking forward to this one, Henry. We're heading into probably the closest game of the day. These two teams, they're pretty much identical in philosophy. A lot of aggression, a lot of sharp players, and every single game seems to go the distance.
And bear in mind, Eternal Fire, they're certainly warmed up at this point. They've had about 20 maps played today. They're ready to go. They said it won't affect them, though. I think it might do. It could either be a very positive effect or a very negative one, depending on how tired they are. But they said in the interview they're absolutely fine. I'm not sure whether that's going to be true, but who have you got the favorites here? I guess Bad News Eagles?
I got to go with Bad News Eagles on head-to-head record. I think Devilwalk coming in actually gives them a little bit of extra spice about them. I think you'll see maybe less aggression that isn't thought out. I think you're going to see a lot more calculated play coming in from B&E in comparison to maybe some of the older editions. And I think this is the next step for the Bad News Eagles because we see them only attend the majors last year.
That's the only time I've ever seen them. Right?
Exactly.
I've never seen any other games. So they play in online tournaments?
They do, but they don't really do that well in the online tournaments.
Right.
So you only see them at the majors. They don't really have an org backing them. So,
but they always seem to perform, right? They always seem to get to the main tournament, which is great, but they'd like to see them increase their depth of play, get into some proper lands, and this is the first stepping step, I suppose, and we'll see what can be done. We'll get into the first map of the final best of 3 of the day, and it looks like we're already off to the races here. Luckily, no frags have gone down, and it will be BNE on the CT starts. We've got dual elites there as well, a diffuse kit to speak of, and in terms of utility on the T side, Eternal Fire with a smoke that's been deployed already. As that goes in towards jungle, by the looks of things, we will see a flash over and maybe the A finish.
Well, GX looking to fight out in towards window. Scenarios come in with the first major that has gone down. More fighting back with a Glock. It's a 1v1 in terms of kills taken so far, but that bomb will go down here for Eternal Fire. Synopsy coming through with the triple Berettas. Oh, he's whiffing the shots, recovers it so well. He gets a double, and Rigon chiming in as well. It's all onto Calix. He's at least hit a shot on the stairs player, but there's a defuse happening, and he's being covered off. Calix gets a headshot, but Rigon sends it down the river. Bad News Eagles with the pistol.
Synopsy with the double.
I thought he wasn't getting anything, Henry.
You're right. That's the opposite word there, the recovery. A little bit awkward on the first few shots, then snaps back into it. 90-degree angle, manages to find the double kill, shut the round down. It was looking quite nice there for the T side at one point. Eternal Fire managing to get that bomb planted. All it took was one smoke and a flashbang. Smoke towards jungle. In they went, but the bomb did get planted, as mentioned. So the double AKs, scouts as well, a few smokes, and they'll see if they can get the opening pick here towards connector and window. GX on the other side will have the scout as well. He lands his shot, and Moore does not.
When Xantares has an AK, you can never count them out of a round here, and he's about to peek middle. Seems sends the nade in towards Connector. That'll alert them to once more check for him. Smoke coming out here from Eternal Fire. They'll deploy that one into the window. Get back into the action as Rigon's boosted up in towards the ladder room. And the T's now coming back to A, Henry. They got one player up in Palace. That's Major likely making the call to come back.
Well, they've got the 3 smokes, so looking for smokes towards jungle, the steps, CT spawn. We'll see if that comes through. All 5 players here ready and waiting. Bear in mind, this is the 4th spy now from Eternal Fire. Major towards the Palace. Juan Flatro holds towards Sandwich, and here comes the utility. They're not fully committing just yet, but starting to creep their way in.
Juan Flatro at the Sandwich. The first player to go down is Calyx. More X-Cloud and Major will all follow suit, and Xantares at least gets 2 out of the AK, but that's it. And Devilwalk hyping up his squad. We got to see him in Sweden at the start of the year, and it was before it was all announced and everything was finalized, but he was very excited about this project. He said that it was a really good fit, and he's fitting in well, and that's something we were intrigued about. Would a Swede fit into this team? And, well, he seemingly has.
Seems like good energy, for sure. As this is a very convincing round. 4 spy, bear in mind. It's always a little bit scary that Xantares is left over. You see those headshots start flying in left and right, but they shut him down before it gets out of hand. Round 3 here. Call this one an eco. Upgraded pistols, no grenades, and aggression here from Sceneri. Synopsy will open up the fragging department, but Major responds in kind. Back to a 4 and 4. You can see that is ready and waiting for any aggression with the CTC, and they're certainly presenting some. Whether this will be to their detriment is yet to be seen, but they seem to be inflicting significant damage to the residing T-side players. Currently waiting in towards those B apartments, hoping more CT mistakes will come forward and they can hopefully find a frag and fly in towards the B bomb site. Minute remaining. Just trying to see if they can squeeze anything out of this round.
The player waiting for them is Synopsy. That smoke's going to fade away, and so will he. Sends the flash up. A shot whizzed past his head to alert him to the fact there are players up in the apartments, and Eternal Fire calling this one off. Going elsewhere. All the way back to T-spawn here for Major. 30 seconds. That's all they have to play with. Nice spot, nice find. about the only thing at the moment to look for. And finally, Xantares out from the underpass. It's Sceneri that hits the tag. Xantares thinks he can get back to the rifle. He will, but he won't hold on to it for long. GX and Juan Flatro coming in to close. It's 3 in a row for the B&E side. I mean, we were talking about this being a fast, high-octane game of Counter-Strike. So far, it's been a little slow, but now we're ready for the rifles to come out. We're ready for the guns to come out for Eternal Fire up against the buy of B&E. This is where it starts to heat up.
Nice work here with that Desert Eagle. That's about all they find. AK's back out. Good damage inflicted with the partial. Orp on more. Been a big talking point for us, especially. He's had some very impressive performances, some flat ones, replacing Woxic, of course. I think overall, though, generally positive in terms of his contributions. Certainly not as flashy as Woxic, but maybe that's a good thing sometimes.
Yeah, I think it is. Xantares not the player you want to lose in a round like this early.
No, they look a little bit shook up as well.
Well, Synopsys maintained this aggressive stance when Flatro watching the underpass. He's got his backside covered off. Here comes the jump around the corner. Good information gathered there from Major. The jump, the swivel, and the fallback already there. 1 minute left. Eternal Fire leaving themselves with really an option for a B-split, possibly, if they can get into this mid-control and up short, but they haven't gained that control yet. But gotta see them win some crucial fights here. B&E start to fall back. Smoke comes up into the apartments. That slowed down the B play here for Eternal Fire. They're trying to slink out short, and Major wins that crucial fight.
Big frag. That opens up the possibility going in towards B. Rigon is here alone, but can he find multiple kills? First one, very clean. Looking for that second. Nice move, and Mechanics will take him down. Back to a 3-on-3. Juan Flatro in position to try and deny the plant. 20 seconds on the timer here. He goes for it, and that's a great shot. Trying to buy as much time as possible here. He finds multiple frags. Major is too far away. No chance of winning this one. Might as well consider the save already, hoping to get a double kill, but even if he does, he can't do anything with the round. Realization starting to sink in. And there we have it, 4-0. B&E. Once again, looking very confident. We've seen that mid-aggression come out nice and early, and there was just no response there. Losing Xantares so early on, they were pushed back and back until, sure, they got an early kill towards middle, enabled them to go in towards B, but no plan once again. Full control for B&E.
There's one Flatro doing what he needs to do. Eternal Fire win the important fight in mid, just couldn't quite finish it off on the B-bomb site, and it's a great start here from the Bad News Eagles. And when you can lock Xantares out of a round early, you're putting yourself in a good position. Eternal Fire forced into the tactical timeout early. They know that if they let this continue, B&E can rack up a heap of rounds. We've seen what B&E's ceiling looks like. They can knock out FaZe Clan from a major.
That's true. What a wild storyline that was.
But they can also lose to nobody teams online, Henry, and that's the worrying part about this team, and they're on their path to find consistency.
Well, so far so good. First map of Mirage. It is their pick. Couldn't ask for much more than this. Another partial buy from Eternal Fire. Just a single AK-47 for a more. Usually the AWPer, but operating with a rifle this time. Certainly capable. Moved on to the AWP role to replace Walksig, more of a necessity more than anything. And towards B, we potentially go. 3 players on that side of the map, but just one that could go in. That's Major. Couple towards middle, trying to pull some rotations over potentially. Straight towards connector. And here we go, pulling the trigger in towards that B bomb side. A couple of kills now for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, really. A round like this should not be happening, but they found their way into the B-bomb site. Bomb has gone down. For B&E, it's a save call. When kills happen that quickly in quick succession, you don't trade any of them. You almost have to save this the majority of the time, so get that AWP over in the next round, and that's the way Eternal Fire win there first.
Hey, dead on. Waiting for their opportunity to strike. A couple of quick kills, and more with that AK-47 especially, joined by Major, who was the point man, and now trying to cause as much damage as possible upon the retreat on Flatro. Does do significant damage there, but if anything, just gives up yet another rifle. That can be picked up by Xantares if he can get there quick enough. Time will tell, but there it is. Just a slight investment yields around victory. Breaks the streak. Maybe a tactical timeout here. Could be a good chance to call it. Now Devil Walk to come through, but seems like they're happy to continue here. Round 6. And indeed, Xantares did get the AK, just to note that.
Synopsy creeping through the apartments, X-Cloud with him. Here goes the M4A4, howling in the night, but Synopsy realizes he's more all bites, and Synopsy and Rigon have taken 2 kills right away. And so that's a perfect answer.
Recovering a Molotov as well. Buys another 7 seconds of pushing them back. Lovely stuff. And now, to be tested next, Scenario will be holding towards the A ramp.
Scenario in the coal mine.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. GX will find yet another kill here. Bomb goes down. So does the in-game leader. And Calyx, one of the stars of the Eternal Fire roster, hasn't had the best tournament so far, but he's a name you can usually rely on.
They've actually set him through the smoke.
Yeah, well, that's going to be his round over.
Nice. Well, this didn't really start, did it, for Eternal Fire this round? Got a kill at least. No clean sheet, but Devil Walk very happy with how this game has started. The bad news Eagles bringing the pain to Eternal Fire. This game has been a lot slower than I thought it was going to be, Henry. I'm sure it'll heat up eventually, and we're sure the speed will increase as the game goes on. But it's such an important game in front of these two teams.
Just to note, it's not an elimination game. This is the upper bracket, so it just means if you win this, you have to play one less best of 3 tomorrow, right? So, not all on the line, but considering how much Eternal Fire have been playing recently, who knows?
Good start from Juan Flatro. Bad news Eagles kick it off well. Smoke up in towards Palace here on the CT side, and look, there's actually a bit of a creep going on. Calyx, oh, just a pixel spotted. GXX flicks down and does damage, but no kill. That could have been it, but luckily, Calyx is able to escape the madness of it all.
The flick looked like it was on his head as well.
Did it go through the
I think it did. It was a wall bang. I'm not
chest?
sure. It might not have been quite on the head. It looked like it, though. Either way, mad advantage now for Eternal Fire. They'll take down Rigon. 2 players in towards B. That's going to be GX with the AWP. He's on towards window. Synopsy waits at the van, and Scenari trying to pull back towards A, where Juan Flatro is there alone. Nice little smoke here.
Yeah, we see him playing with this one quite a bit. And he's almost surely going to get a kill here if the smoke is up when they peek. Don't know if he'll stick around. If it does fade away, he'll just hold his position to get the AWP pick and then drop back in behind the van. Misses the shot, has to go into the site. There was another smoke out, but had the rifle waiting for him. And so he switches to the M4. The fire starting to burn him. Synopsy under a lot of pressure, and he does well to at least get one. Xantares, though, this is where he strikes, finally arriving to the server. A double kill, and into the bomb site they go. A 2 versus 3 retake.
Let's see what they can do. Surely they're round now. Good shot from Calyx. That should secure it. Juan Flatro, he was swaying towards A, so he'll save the AK-47, and you're dead on there. Xantares turning up finally. He has to come online here for them to stand a chance. He's been pretty quiet so far, but that's more like it. The headshot machine cracks open the B-bomb site. And 3 survive for Eternal Fire here. Not all is lost, not the best start, but 5-2 on the T side. Your opponent's pick, still plenty of time left to crawl back into this one. In terms of the money, B&E will have a buy, especially if they save this AK-47. Won't be the strongest, some concessions to be made. There we go. Oh, did he go down? I assume so.
Fist bumps, see a bit of Calyx's monitor here. Not seeing too much. Maybe the reflection of the glasses can tell us. But it seems like the celebrations were there, Henry.
Yeah, it was either a team kill or they did find the last remaining player. I assume it was the latter, but let's have a look. We did save, he didn't save that AK-47. B&E might actually take an eco here, or at least a partial buy.
Well, timeout to figure that all out.
Let's listen to this. Focus.
Think about your teammates on the other side and focus.
Well, that's got me fired up.
Yeah, he's a good coach, Devil Walk. Definitely good at that stuff. Does often find themselves in teams that are struggling to find orgs. I mean, his most recent coaching was with the No Chance guys, into the Godsends, into the FPXs, just that whole roller coaster. He's out without a team for a while. Found the bad news Eagles. And what are they going to be able to pull off here? A Palace move here for GX, and he's taking Calyx down. That's a weapon available in a double stack in the underpass here. Xantares needs to be careful he doesn't get traded out here, and he will. Rigon's rifle, good enough to take out the Turkish aim star.
That's a huge kill. Very competitive round, but Major. Crisp shot towards middle. Captures the retreating Rigon. 3-on-3, heavy advantage though towards the Turks. You can see they've got a massive firepower advantage here, making their way towards B, open bomb site. Once the bomb goes down, that should be it. Might just be better off saving the AK, but Synopsy only got the pistol. Making a lot of noise. Good bunny hops, but that's about all you can say about it. So yeah, save the AK-47. It's looking promising for a second there, taking down Xantares and Calyx, the dynamic duo. Oof, Major's looking pretty crispy right now.
Very crispy. And he's not the player you look to on this team, Frag, that's for sure.
No, definitely not.
And Moore's usually the second heavy hitter on the team besides Antares. He's been very quiet. And more in the games that Alan, I think, was mentioning on the desk, I actually casted a marathon day for Eternal Fire before with Alan. And Amor did start to drop off the longer the day went on. I think with his play style, the comfort zone is being aggressive, but you've got to really be on top of it and not fall off if you're playing to that level.
I almost just fell off my chair. That was scary. My whole life flashed before me.
I nearly fell off earlier, Henry.
It is because the other way. These chairs recline so much, it gets so comfortable, and then all of a sudden it kind of goes on you. It flips back. My whole life flashed before my eyes, and I've wasted my life. I should have done other stuff.
Henry.
Oh, God. All right, I'm back. Hi.
Henry's off. He's hitting the bucket list.
Got a bit of a sweat on after that. Really scared me. All right,
it's all good,
we're
Henry.
good.
Welcome back. It's all good.
Let's get back into it then. AK-47s and no partial buy success here as I just find my marbles. We are going to see a very strong grenade come in though towards the top middle. That does a ton of damage. 3 players ready and waiting. Bit of a one-way setup for Synopsy, but he is doing very well to get out of that scenario. Gets given the smoke. Going to allow him to reposition here. Cheeky on this. That's a kill for him. Great stuff. Does he choose to retreat? Oh, he doesn't have to. That's brutal. Zantares, face full of lead there, through the smoke. Didn't see it coming. That smoke delivers 2 kills, Dinko. What a great reaction there. Clutch throw of the smoke.
That is just ridiculous, but he's giving it up. Inside of mid. Major at least gets traded immediately by Sceneri. Still very comfortable here for the Bad News Eagles, but as soon as I say it, that changes. Xfloud and Calyx combine, and we're down to just 2 players on either side. Rigon comes in. It's just one. He overcommits to the angle, and it's on GX to win this one. Calyx doesn't know where he is. GX, in an uncomfortable spot, being low on health, 17 HP. Hasn't heard the drop. Calyx is being silent as he scales the boxes. And GXX, oh, it's so unlucky. Calyx, he's over the top of the ticket box, and he punches GX's ticket to hell.
Really nice play there from Calyx. Good understanding of the threats around him.
Oh, that's frustrating. You can see it on their faces.
Well, they did so well to get these kills. Synopsy, pretty much, it was 5 on 3, right?
Yep.
Round was done. You've taken on the heavy hitters on Taras as well.
This is 2v1. Rigon gives it up. And then this. Gotta say, Calyx plays that one so well.
True. Dead on there. Sometimes he's got to accept it. And now Eternal Fire closing the gap. This is looking fantastic for BNE, but now they're finding themselves with pretty much a full eco here. We've got a couple of players of armor, but overall just pistols, a couple of USPs in the mix as well. As we see EF just slowing it right down. They want to feel the situation out. Antares, he's not going to miss that sort of spray.
EF, otherwise known as F.
There we go.
Antares, nice tap. And that's GXX jumping out the window and dying. This one shouldn't have too many problems. Oh, this is the kind of round where you, of course, expect Antares to be comfortable, but it's always great to watch just his mechanical ability. I think earlier in the tournament we got to see him on Anubis, maybe underutilized on the CT side, but when he got on the T side, he was just hitting some ruthless kills. It was great to see him in action. 9-7. Did have a quiet start to the game, as you mentioned, Henry, but now he's climbed up on top. He's got the most kills in his team. Yeah, sure, a couple against these weaker pistols, but just getting him involved is really important.
Just, those kind of kills are fuel for the engine.
Exactly.
That's what gets you fired up, ready to go, gets you in the zone. Yelling starting to come through now. There's going to be a lot of that as that series continues to bubble and grow. Devil Walk. Didn't get much from that. Did you get anything?
Yeah, clear corners and clear under.
Good advice.
Yeah.
Have to do that.
Well, that's a round that you weren't expecting anything from. Timeout here.
Okay.
Seems like it might have just finished. I'm seeing the last few fist bumps come in here.
Yeah, he was already talking, so I guess it's about to end. But it's quite nice hearing some insights as to what's going on when the timeout comes through. So, boys, what's up next? BNE, we're off to a flying start. starting to simmer down now. Their map pick. 5 will not do. See what they've got up their sleeves on Tares. As we said, starting to get warmed up here, but GX bests him with the early cross towards middle. Flashbang, very decent there from Juan Quattro.
And more coming into the peak, knows that Synopsis there and is ready for that. Draws it back, immediately an equilibrium re-established.
That should be the cue to slow things down a bit. You can see them coordinating to an A assault here, but looks of things. Now, do we see a CT reaction? They have one player towards B. Not much information they can hunt for here. They're quite passive towards A. One player in jungle, 2 towards CT spawn. AWP of GX in that position. And they've got 3 towards the A ramp. Good Molotov, though. Lands at their front door. See whether they want to fully commit here. They're more flashed off for now, but the commitment's coming through.
Good kill from xFloud. Often can be a little bit quiet here for Eternal Fire, but that's an important kill to get. Rigon treading out the mid-box lurk from Major, no longer available. The Eternal Fire still have the forces committed to the site, but they try to get the bomb down when Quattro climbs the stairway to heaven and denies the bomb plant from coming through. And Amor suddenly strikes into action, a missed shot, and Amor nearly gets it done. There's still a chance. He collects the bomb. He puts it on the other side of triple. And GXX has to reload, has to cross in the open! And that is so frustrating for the Bad News Eagles. Too many mistakes, another round thrown away.
He misses an absolute sitter there.
Oh, how is that allowed to happen? This is from Amor's perspective, what a round from him. He's been so quiet. But this should not be allowed to happen. Sure, the shots are nice, they're absolutely brilliant, but this moment, he should have been taken down with the AWP from the jungle.
And then the reload.
Because he's flustered, because he's missed the shot. He's just flustered completely.
Oh yeah, he's really fumbled that one. It hurts a lot. It was such a good round as well.
Too many of those already from Bad News Eagles, unfortunately.
That's the kind of round that really ruffles your feathers. I would say take a timeout after that one. I guess you're eco regardless, but still. There's only so much advice you can give about that if you devil walk.
Like, he's using that for timeouts quite quickly.
Try and hit the easy ones.
Yeah, just hit your shots.
Yeah, hit the shot. They're on your screen and not looking at you. Try and hit them. It's unfortunate it does happen, but that one really hurts. Such a crucial kill. And you don't even get close to recovery because of the reload.
Gotta give it to him more as well, though. The mechanics are incredible in those first 2.
Oh, that P250 kill was beautiful. Right?
He's got another one here. No stopping him. The Giant has arrived. Sleeping Giant, fully awake. Major goes up short, cuts through Rigon. No problem here. Allows from the apartments, blocks his lines a little bit, but Calyx will make up for it. And just Saneri towards the market. Major fighting him, tapping bullets in his direction. Eternal Fire would love to keep 4 players up, and I don't see a world in which they really should get a casualty here. Snary. Oh, he's about to go down to Major, but it's actually Amor that adds another one to his tally. Great work from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, they're really turning up. Dropping off is BNE. This is a crucial round once again. Just a partial buy, but still, Zantares and co running away with it. Looking incredibly comfortable here. As they continue to extend their lead. The buy comes out once again for BNE. 7-5 down. Or for GX. He's had his moments, but starting to quieten down now. We haven't seen any CT aggression for a while, but just as I said, Dinko, pushing towards that A ramp. Calyx might not be ready for it. Down he goes, Saneri, nice shot. They can retreat now. Don't need to force the issue here.
Go back. Might catch them on the fallback though, and he will.
Got to at least consider it, surely.
Yeah. Good reactions from him more. That hard work, that risk you employed,
exactly.
It's just gone now.
Could have just had the presence of mind and taken a different path, and you would have been absolutely fine. They don't consider it, and they are punished.
Centaurus now has arrived on the A-bomb site, sends the Molotov into jungle. CT's also been mullied out, ENCE. Unfortunately, now he's going to have to give up his position. Major's got himself in a pretty good spot here. He's in connector. Split this A-bomb site exactly how they want. Smoking out the connector, Molotov in jungle. xFloud's got another kill, this time onto Synopsy. 3 players now alive for BNE. Is this going to be enough to even think about the retake? They've sustained so much damage. Santara has actually removed Rigon. Now he's coming back and he's got deep into the bomb site and he's got another one. X-Cloud's offered himself up and Amora has to go and hide.
You can see they're getting a little bit flustered now, knowing the scenario's done a massive shift at
Look at
this point, and the backstab from GX is actually a 2 versus 1. They can win this. Got to throw the Molotov or save it for now until the last possible moment. They have got kits. Flash comes through in the commitment. Full defuse coming through. Amor trying to find the first shot, but that's a great recovery. Just what BNE needed. And it's Scenari pushing through the smoke. You see Devil Walk. He knows they desperately needed that round. It's a huge turn up there, and one that looked like it was completely done and dusted.
Finally, one of those rounds goes BNE's way, right?
Yeah.
They've lost every one of those close scenarios, one of those mental rounds. But finally, it's a great position for Eternal Fire, and they let it go. X-Cloud doesn't really need to push the issue really against Scenari through the smoke. Makes a mistake there, but 6-7 is the score. BNE still behind. Eternal Fire still with money. The buy returns. And GXX looks to use the gaps in and around the window smoke. There's nothing really there for him to play with.
Well, this one's heating up now. Some disappointing rounds from either side. This one's going to start to get personal. Every time these guys play, it's always a close-knit affair, a bloodbath, similar play styles.
They pushed the Palace as well, Henry.
Yeah. They pushed A round before, and now, yeah, pushing the Palace. But it seems to be a B attack. 3 players ready and waiting. Not much B presence.
The bomb's back in like top mid, so you're gonna have to get that bomb real soon. They still can crunch on the bomb site.
Yeah, for sure.
Rigon holding. Sees X-Cloud leaping into the side. Calls for the AWPer to help. Rigon now going into the bomb site itself. Using that smoke as cover. He's damaged up X-Cloud. He wants to finish off his prey. And he'll get that opportunity. And he won't miss it. Now the bomb's being collected. I just think the timing of the play here from Eternal Fire's cost them. You know, you want to commit into the B bomb side, but you just don't have the bomb with you. All the resources aren't there with you, and it falls a little flat.
35 seconds, 4 on 2. Mage up, Immor. Might just be holding onto their weapons here. Segregated right now. Immor exploring options towards middle. It doesn't look like a save at all, to be honest with you. Now he goes. And just Mage up. We'll have to limp in towards the B bomb side. Final round coming up. Yelling beginning.
BNE are a team that love to get loud, that's for sure. GX, that's the shot onto Santara's Rigon. Great job at finding X-Cloud in the end. Yeah, sure, this could have been a better half for BNE, but they managed to recover. Eternal Fire putting the pressure on. Another buy coming in. Last round of the half. AK-47's utility. X-Cloud's been given a Tech 9. That's all he's allowed to play with. Everybody else on AKs. We're about to see an A execute.
Five-man explosion. Utility deployed. 3 smokes, 3 Molotovs, one of which misses. And it will be the opening frag for BNE here. Scenari opens up the fragging, and one Flatro managing to join in as well. Is there anything left in the tank for Eternal Fire?
Mitchell's fighting as much as he can, but it is only one that he can muster at the end of this half. Well, seems a little bit flustered.
So this execution didn't really test him too much, and
just Calyx.
Calyx with 1, but that's going to be it. 8-7. Considering how this felt like it was getting out of hand for one moment, they managed to bring it back. Great start for BNE. Kind of difficult mid-stages there, but some very convincing rounds towards the end.
We are on track for all the rounds, as this game usually delivers, right, between these two teams. It's very close. And there is individuals making big moments happen. I think BNE maybe are playing the better CS for the majority of the time, but you know, making a few mistakes, allowing opportunities for the individuals in Eternal Fire to pop off, and they do have that capability, and they deliver on it. More in particular had probably the biggest highlight of that first half. A little bit tighter. BNE have looked pretty strong, and I'm sure they can tighten things up going into the second half. We're going to see an equally good half of Counter-Strike. Full halftime break. Have your say on either side. What have you made so far of both these teams going up against each other, Henry?
It's been exciting. Proper rock'em sock'em Counter-Strike, as you might expect. An aim fest. getting stuck in the clutches as well. Like in the previous matchup with ENCE, we didn't see many crazy 1v3s or anything like that. But you're going to get lots of that action here. They'll be willing to take the big challenges, go for the flashy plays, and make a name for themselves. And more so far with the clutch of the day, the 1 versus 3. Sure, there was a missed shot, but still, he managed to get an amazing performance there. I want to see more of that. That's what really gets me going here.
And some of the big highlights, especially at this level of Counter-Strike, it does take a little bit of a mistake from your opponent sometimes to allow that to happen. But here we are, pistol right underway. We're going straight out over the top of Tetris. Gets involved in a fight with Calyx and wasn't really prepared for it. Now it's Antares from stairs, trying to help out a little bit here for Eternal Fire's campaign. But the shots keep coming in, and it's Scenari that is delivering them.
Wow.
They got premium delivery on those headshots.
The pain train comes crashing into the A-bomb side there. Just Major remaining here. He's had a pretty good showing on the Mirage so far, though. Don't count him out of this one. Surrounded, it would take something quite miraculous at this point. Yeah, exactly. Slowly but surely, but still, he finds some wiggle room. There's no way, Dinko, is there? Oh, it was close. There was an opportunity.
And definitely wants
There's
a chance.
world. All right, breathe in, boys. Close as you like there. Major gave it a good shot, but can't quite deliver the goods. Alex was a nice shot there with the USP. It was anyone's round, to be honest with you. But nice fast pace towards CT spawn, swarming any rotating CTs. Major, like we said, pretty decent effort to bring it down to the 1 versus 1, but very little chance to convert considering his HP. Full eco now for Ian.
And this should be a relaxing round for Bad News Eagles. One where Devil Walk's heart rate can perhaps drop to a normal pace. And for Eternal Fire, a moment to mellow. Because I think when you look at the body language, now I'm no body language expert, but I believe I can somewhat understand what they're saying.
Go on.
Looks a little frustrated over there at the Eternal Fire. A little dejected in comparison to that of...
It's just been a long week for them, hasn't it? There's so many games.
Exactly.
Back to back. Different venues, having to set up, take your stuff down. It's not like you're a boot camp and just getting it done. You're having to set up on stage, go to a different building, set up again, come back.
I think I would be tilted just for the amount of times you have to unplug and plug your mouse back in.
Yeah.
Gets frustrating. Counter-Strike needs to get to the point, you know, like golf, where you have a golf caddy. Someone just needs to carry your stuff around and plug it in for you.
I mean, you've got to plug in what? A wireless mouse, a keyboard, and a headset.
It's a lot of work, Henry.
It's a lot of work, you're right.
To like bend over. It's bad for the knees, but they have got a kill. I like the Lille here anymore.
Yeah, the bomb is going to be planted, unfortunately, but still, maybe a couple of kills available here, jumping in towards the window. That's a bait. That's pretty smart, but can anything be done? Nice vault there from xFloud.
Gymnastics. Titan stickers here on the gun of GX. Not the Titan hold you were kind of hoping for, Henry. It's suddenly a 1 versus 3. How has this got out of hand like this? They're onto the site. Denial of the defuse. Molotov on to buy some time. No kits, and Scenari lines them up. But my God, that comes down to a 1 versus 3.
He plays it perfectly, though.
First clutch, 9 more?
9 more what? Clutches?
9 more clutches. Maybe Devilwalk's got some sort of internal bet or something on with him. I like the relationship I'm seeing between the players and Devilwalk.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a professional relationship. It seems like a family.
Yeah,
you know?
That's great. Love to see that. I think that's the kind of style Devilwalk goes for.
Yeah, certainly a relaxing one. That's cool. Right then, double digits, BNE. Big clutch. It was against a full eco, so a sigh of relief more than anything. Antares dropped early. He did say they looked a bit frustrated. He's certainly a player that can fall into that category, now trying to retreat. Eternal Fire calling for the rotations, and xFloud will get a double with a FAMAS. How's this one falling apart? Still a chance here for GXO. Can he find the double spray down? There's the first. Brings it back to the 2 versus 2, but not for long. They find the advantage here. Rotating Calyx should be able to get an easy kill here. They know exactly where he is now. 1 versus 1. Plenty of time. Doesn't have to go for the fast plant, and he's going to jump around towards Kitchen here.
Well, this could be another clutch for GX.
Is he aware of it, though?
Is he aware of the reposition. He's about to clear the smoke, and he would give himself a really good post-plant position here at short. I don't know if Calix thinks he's going to be in this position either, so maybe now GX has the element of surprise.
Yeah, this is big. Really smart play. If he can nail the shot.
This should be it. Oh, and he's got it. Calix just wasn't ready for that. And there's another clutch for GX.
8 more now.
The hand towel, get the sweat off those hands. He's got the grip tape too.
Yeah, I get quite sweaty hands. Look at this.
I can see that. It's a river.
Yeah, it's not good, is it?
It's like the Mediterranean Sea.
Don't know why. It's just today. Maybe.
It's kind of hot in here.
It is kind of hot. We'll just say that. Maybe I'm fine.
Maybe you're just hot, Henry.
Yeah.
It's not really a secret.
I need to get a flannel. Get my own towel.
Little fan, personal fan.
That'd be nice.
Oh, indeed. Oh, indeed. That's a big kill to find because now it completely leaves the B-bomb site open.
BNE look almost destined to pick this one up, but we know that Eternal Fire can be very handy with the pistols, especially the hand cannon, the Desert Eagle. And there's more with the P250. Major will be dropped almost certainly. Synopsy knows he's got a bit of wiggle room here. Eagle strikes. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot indeed. But is there much more for Xantares? There actually is.
You've got to shut him down. Sometimes you've got to swarm him. You just got to get on top of him. Don't give him any room to fall back.
He's just a machine.
He's so good. If he did join a proper international team, it's like he wasn't big, right? But from what I heard, like his German wasn't good enough. He refused to really learn it, so it didn't really work out. If he was in a full international team and like could slot in and get his English to a level he could compete, he really could be one of the world's best with mechanical skill.
I mean, he's just been consistently one of the... Obviously, he plays against lower competition, especially back in Space Soldiers Day, but we'll get back to that, because the more is going...
Yeah, we're having a full Xantares chat.
Yeah. He's kind of going for this one, Henry. And maybe we should focus on his 1v1 attempt, because he has a smoke available. He's going to throw that down in the middle of the site. No kit on his back right now, and one Flatro not giving him the shot. He'll send the nade in. Oh, the defuse, but the health is low. He's not finding him. Oh, the knife surely gets it done, cuts it down. But oh my goodness, that nearly slipped away from us. Anyway, back to Xantares.
Back to Xantares, as I was saying. No, it's true though, isn't it? Like, I think it's just weird. We know he's so good and he's the best player in this team by far. And he'd probably be the best player in a lot of top teams in terms of mechanical skill. I just don't think he's the complete package for an international team just yet. I think he'd have to make a real strong effort to like fit into an international English-speaking team.
It just didn't. The structural side of the game didn't really fit. You need someone like, you need a team where IGL has a loose style of calling, set it, figure out how to get
a snappy maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be good.
He would be a sick player for a team like ENCE.
Yeah, true.
I don't know.
Like these Turkish projects, like Space Soldiers is the best one we've had, right? They would get to majors, they would have some upset results, but they were just an upset team. You never really thought they were going to have a deep run or do anything too crazy.
We've pretty much put together the Space Soldiers here.
That's 3 of the original outfit, isn't it?
With a few new astronauts blasting off, and some have went on some space missions and not made it back in this team.
The aliens have abducted them.
Or is he anyway? I think he's gone off.
Yeah.
To a different game.
I think you're right. Well then, we do have a 12-7 scoreline.
We do indeed. 4 rounds away for the BNE side. Yet to see Eternal Fire post around here on the CT side. We'll see if they can finally get it done. It's a good start from Calix.
Very nice start.
An opening to play with. Look at how the smoke's down in mid. Look at that.
Beautiful.
They're all gone now. They come and they go. Eternal Fire players, but Calix positions himself in the Underwood. It's difficult to be as potent when you're trying to split the A side with 4 players opposed to the original 5. And that's the call here for BNE. You've got 2 players going through the ramp. Assuming there's going to be a connector push at some point, but here they come, swinging out towards the bomb site. And Morris flashed off the angle, but Calix does not falter.
Here we go then. Looks like a very convincing round for the Eternal Fire squad. Haven't given a single player away just yet, but we'll see if BNE have got anything to say about that. Continue this perfect streak in the second half. if anything, just cause some financial trouble. You can see, in terms of finances, EF are certainly struggling, so every kill will be very valuable here. All down to Juan Flatro, though. He holds towards connector. Might as well see whether anyone will give him the opportunity. If he peeks ticket booth right now, he'd actually get a pretty easy frag, but unfortunately Xantara is there now. He's not going to miss the shot. Clean sweep, just what EF needed. Their money was in the bin. So that's going to help them out. 32-50 for winning the round by virtue of kills. And a nice opening kill here from Calix. Great round from him.
Yeah, the most important player in that round. Just the amount of different ways he can approach that one position is really impressive. Maybe this is the lifeline back into the game because, yeah, sure, we haven't had a round win yet in the second half until that point for Eternal Fire, but you've had a lot of close ones, you know, getting it down to 1v1s quite consistently. But the economy for B&E is gone already, and that's the one AK on the back of Rigon trying to get aggressive towards B. Didn't get the opening, so cancels it and comes back.
Fully invested here. Leaning towards B, but some mid-control obtained. One Flatro will be using the Desert Eagle towards middle. Rigon will join him. He's got the AK-47 as they try and access the connector, but access may be denied from shore here. You can see the M4A1S of Major, who has looked pretty sharp. Crispy, some would say, in this showing so far, but a lot of rounds to go. A lot of kills to find. It will be Xantara's cracking things open, taking down the aforementioned rifle.
But the rifle's now fallen into the hands of Juan Flatro. He's made it work. Nice shot. Through the top of the murder hole onto a more. Maybe he gets another one here.
Low HP on 2 players, Dinko.
Calix has been a nuisance, though, to figure out where he is.
True.
He's been ever elusive. And here he comes again. Sneaky, beaky-like, and he's got himself a double. Bomb, sure, is planted. GXX, though, out jungle trying to get across, and Calix will not let that happen.
Good job, Calix.
He's getting an MVP performance right now for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, for that A-bomb side work. Previous round managed to pick up 3 huge frags and get that clean sweep, and now denying the eco victory.
And even had that 1v1 clutch as well.
I say eco victory. They were fully invested with 4 pistols, 1 rifle. But the bomb planted will be more of the same here. Pistols and a little investment.
There's a new AK on display. I haven't seen that one.
I need to check out the new skins. I haven't had a look yet.
Well, you missed the doodle lore. It's gone now.
I did see that.
Passed into folklore.
How does that keep happening every patch? Someone just has to steal some work.
It's like, you made this, right? Yep.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely made it.
Xantara's. That's a good kill. Well, Flatro tries to be quick about it. I think this one might be quick. Overall, Eternal Fire have brought themselves back to 10 rounds pretty quickly here. Look, 12-10. Considering this was starting to get out of hand.
Well, like you said coming into this one, historically, this matchup leads to all 30 rounds. Back and forth we go. Yeah. We'll see whether that was the catalyst that Calix and co need to get back into this game. Well, starting to drop off, but you're dead on. They are clawing their way back into it after a slow start on this CT side, but more looking sharp. Calix even more so. 22 kills for him now.
That was more just kind of cheers.
It was a bit, I guess, it's a chance for the in-game leader to chime in. Devil Walk just giving the fist bumps. Said, you got this, how's up?
Yeah, I mean, you probably only have to chime in if there's something you notice that's not going so well.
Yeah.
Something you can improve on. So you got to rely on your in-game leader, though. Let them be proficient, let them grow and figure out the solutions, and call upon the coach when needed. But here we are, 12-10. Let's see if Bad News Eagles can push to 13, or will Eternal Fire put themselves within 1 round of tying this game up. The bomb still in T-spawn. No quick round coming our way here. Just defaulting, but a little more heavy towards A. Only 1 player out middle. Usually you'd send 2 or 3 even. in the default stance. And Mirage is just the one, and maybe that's all that's needed. Scenario goes out mid, takes down Major. This is something that FaZe Clan do a lot as well. They use Rain as the only player in mid a lot of the time. Well, here we are. It's Scenario's role to go ahead and combat all of these angles alone.
Well, they've got the advantage. Removing the in-game lead up of Eternal Fire. They'll help themselves towards connector, but Calix, the anchor of this A-bomb site, played so well. Awkward position. Segregated from his wingman Zantares, and they are getting dropped left and right. Danger Man has been removed as well. Just XCloud remaining. That's a very convincing round. XCloud sure he gets the kill, but takes way too much damage. Will have to fall back and save the M4. And that's about it. BNE will be finding their 13th round. No real troubles there at all.
The nade hunting after XCloud. He's doing quite well here, getting a couple of kills towards the end. But he's gone. They wipe him out. And the hunt finally works out for them. See how Snary did this again. OneFlatro able to work in tandem with him, and great movement to use that bench to get up into the window. Gets a nice quick double. And 13 rounds are found by the Bad News Eagles. Buy still here for Eternal Fire. This is very heavy already from BNE towards A. Just looking like an execute.
Well, 4, potentially 5 players making their way towards A. This is contact play.
Contact.
Full contact walk-in. Sometimes can be very effective. One flash over.
It's especially effective when you go as the utility starts to land. But unfortunately, it can sometimes end up like that. You just get killed immediately on the dry peaks out. And that hasn't really worked out for Bad News Eagles. It's still somewhat recoverable at a 3 versus 5, but you've just dumped your entire utility set and really got nothing for it. Oh, the bomb. Starting to go down at top mid. Major hunts it down, and now it just becomes nightmare mode and impossible. Now for OneFlatro on the other side of the map. Alex is going to take his head away. That's a good response from Eternal Fire.
Really is.
I do like to see those contact A plays.
We've seen them a few times this tournament. It's been around for a while, but hasn't seen much success here in Malta. As we'll see, Calix once again just destroying them upon entry. 24 kills now. 13-11 and an eco for BNE. That's a huge round to concede. This one's pretty much guaranteed. So they'll try and work the bomb towards B once again. Nice deep nade.
Oh, don't want to give them too many chances there on the jump up. Zantares collects the first victim. Perhaps Imora is next.
Wow.
He was next. He was the next victim. OneFlatro just swung out of ramp and just domes him with a deagle.
Yeah, that stings. Boosting up, looking for any players towards the window. Anyone that comes investigating will be dealt with accordingly. Calix, defensive angle, but a smart one. He's at A alone right now. Bomb, however, top of middle on the back of Synopsy. 4-on-4, big nade. Towards the murder hole. XCloud will thrive.
Just easy kills here. Eternal Fire not making any mistakes. The only player that's died is Imora to a ridiculous deagle shot. Now XCloud goes through the murder hole, gets punished by the Glock. GXX picks up an M4. But he's going to get too much more. Calix is just, he's actually a master of that position, isn't he? He's just got all the tricks in the book.
He really is. Impressive work. Closing the gap. Overtime is in the air. No one can find a considerable lead as Eternal Fire will find their 12th. Well positioned here from XCloud. Good work with the Glock as well, so we can pull one back. Utilizing this cheeky little gap there. Calix closes things out. 13-12. Huge round. Bang towards top of middle to allow the mid cross to come through. Nading towards that connector. Default spread for now. Grenades being exchanged, but no significant damage just yet. Take a look at the radar. You can see they're spread out very evenly across the map. Palace, A ramp, 2 middle, 1 watching B pushes. Classic default array.
Rigon's had a rough time. 19 health. The round's only just begun. Re-smoke out to window. Let's throw him from T-spawn. Rigon about to smoke top connector, but the nade comes in, so he's not allowed to do it. Centaurez throws one right into the underpass. Calyx being pretty loud about this, but Scenario can't drop down. He can't stand in that position any longer because you can move in with that smoke and see the feet.
Come to a bit of a standstill now. Coordinating back towards A. Player on short as well. But in terms of the utility, all they have is flashbangs and a Molotov, no smoke. So this is going to come down to raw firepower, which we know the BNE boys have. That smoke is absolutely brutal. They might just have to go through it.
I think you do at this point. They're going to try and boost around it, maybe create a distraction, but Calyx, how good has he been here on the CT side around this A bomb site? Well, there we go again. Calyx in front of the smoke, removes one, Flatro's head. And he got information as well that the ramp play is coming out. Scenari finally gets rid of him. 10 seconds though. Xflout coming back over to the A site. His teammate Amor's over here, and Xflout catches Synopsy moving through towards spawn. But the bomb goes down, Henry, and there might just be a chance because Amor's missed his shots.
Well, he knows where they both are now, contacting both players, and they're ready to fight. Combative stance here on the A side. Scenari finds the first and the second.
How have they done that?
It's very clean towards the end. It looked like they were down and out. The time was low. They were surrounded, but they fight their way out. Eternal Fire can't believe it. Absolutely stunning.
4v5, 3v5. They just keep going here, BNE. There's absolutely no way they should have got away with this. But this kill should have closed it. Calyx does so well. Yeah, this is where Scenari just has an absolute monstrous entry to the site. Kills Calyx, hops up on the triple box, starts just swiveling and killing everybody.
Huge. Well, that's what we're looking for in this particular matchup. Eternal Fire are on the ropes now. That was an absolute massive round. And it comes right down to the wire. But it means so, so much. Eternal Fire take the tactical pause. B&E looking for the knockout blow now. One more round would absolutely ruin Eternal Fire. They'll be on map point and have no cash whatsoever. What's the choice going forward here? Oh, we'll come to the end. One buy available for Eternal Fire. This round is everything. And more with the AWP. Scenari, the hero of the previous round, though. Aggressive, of course. Looking to get towards that connector quickly. Flushes out any particular CTs on the other side, but no one waiting there. But that's good information regardless. Lots of damage inflicted towards Antares. And they've got a bit of an alien going on here. You can see CT's rotating through CT spawn now. But where do B&E want to finish? The bomb's still down in T spawn, so we'll see where they want to develop towards. Bomb collected. Back a Scenari now. CT's lying in wait. Groups up on the A bomb site. But the bomb transitioning over towards B.
Moore's got the sniper over here. Should be able to get at least one. But there are a couple of flashes. They're going over the site, though. They're going over his head. They will not connect onto Imor, but he misses an important shot again. And this might just give enough space for B&E to play with. Imor will land his shot, but he's under a lot of pressure. No kills coming in, though, from B&E. It's Imor with another kill. And this is starting to look pretty good for Eternal Fire. 17 seconds left.
Pretty dicey.
They just can't find anyone.
No kills available. They're dropping like flies. The bombs are being planted.
It's dropped. It's not enough. They just lost the round. They can't get it back in time.
Oh, that's huge. A must-win round there for Eternal Fire, and they managed to pull it off. Limping towards that B bomb site. Yeah, I think there might have been a death there. We'll never know, I suppose. But they know how much that means. Devilwalk trying to keep morale high here. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, if they had won that round, that's pretty much the GG, but not meant to be. A more holds on. Great couple of frags here. Nice movement.
That's after missing the first, the easier shot, right?
True.
Swan Flatcher doing his best, but it just wasn't enough. BNE needed pause after that one. The music covering Devilwalks. Talk to them. See what, I would assume this kind of pause is just to adjust some of those micro movements when it comes into those final pushes, because the build up to the round's pretty solid. They're getting into the key pieces of the map, but just that final moment wasn't great enough in terms of hitting that B bomb side. But here we are, different look. GXX getting boosted up with the AWP towards the ramp, looking for a crossing player, but doesn't look like they're going to offer anybody up anytime soon.
UMP's out. P9 as well. And of course, investing everything they can on the BNE side.
It's not the best buy for either side. Raycon's tried to isolate this fight against xCloud quite a lot on this T side. He's got away with it once or twice. This wouldn't be a bad round to do it. xCloud only has a UMP. Major has changed his position. Usually Calyx plays around here, but Calyx has the better weapon, so he's actually playing towards CT spawn. He'll be setting up Major with the MP9 under the wood. And look at this, GXX has actually moved forward now out of the ramp. But they're losing players now, BNE.
Certainly are. It will be Eternal Fire with the advantage, but maybe not for long. Soneri does find the first incision. And more pulls it back, but not with the sniper rifle. It's Santara chiming in as well with the M4A4. 4-on-2. It's GXX, the top fragger so far. We'll try and find the next kill. He desperately has to. Needs to walk a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it looks away. Just was on that position, but not in the right moment. And this full investment after a timeout as well. Just hasn't worked out for Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, the reverse sweep here.
Round 29 coming up. 14-14.
Well, at least they're consistent in this matchup.
True.
Goes the distance every single time.
This is what Alan brought up a pretty interesting point yesterday on the desk, or maybe it was 2 days ago.
Yeah, who knows? It's all blurring into one now.
It really is. But he was saying, you know, it's funny how you should count BNE as a team that come into this as heavy favorites based on their ceiling, right? They're able to knock FaZe Clan out of a major. They're able to have these runs at World Championships. But in a game like this, they're just so close.
Wow.
That's a good start to the round from Amor. Nice and quick, but here come BNE. They're quick out of the ramp.
They haven't fully invested here. It's the partial buy. They've got a deficit to kick things off, but a little bit of control towards A here, but not too much. Soneri will go down. 5 versus 3, making it 2. They're dropping like flies now. Difficult to even keep up with the fragging as it comes in thick and fast. Map points for Eternal Fire. Overtime looms. It's been a very exciting affair in terms of the individual fragging. Lots of skill on display. Oh, that's brutal. Through the smoke at the start. Major mowing them down. Was the partial buy. They will have enough for AKs at least here. GX won't have the AWP. Couple of last second drops there for the CTs. They have to go for a FAMAS.
Well, here we go. Round 30. Some weaknesses here and there. And aggression up middle from the CT AWPer. And more looking to kick things off.
He hits it.
He actually hits the shot, but that's the least amount of damage I've ever seen an AWP do, Henry.
Yeah, must have gone through about 6 feet of concrete there.
Well, adjustments being made. Major coming back over to this B-bomb site. We've seen a brief tenure over on A in the previous round for Major. Got the assisting flash ready for an apartment's peak. That's where xCloud will have a little look. Doesn't see anybody, and that's because Bad News Eagles are coming towards this A-bomb site. Time to finish regulation and potentially even this map on the A site. Challenging Calyx, is pushing 30. He's looking for that 30th kill. You've got to break through Xantares in the meantime, too.
Here we go, then. Last chance saloon. Can they find overtime? 50 seconds on the clock. Almost no utility here, Dingo. A couple of flashes here for the Bad News Eagles. They're primed. They're ready. Bombs outside A. They need to strike at some point, taking heavy nade damage.
Another smoke's just gone down ramp.
Indeed. What do they even do? How do you get into the bomb site
This
now?
looks like a loss right now.
How can you even get through? You've got one flash to try and beat this smoke.
I don't think you do.
Calyx has been a beast here.
You've got to go. You have to go now. There's nowhere else to go. You lose this map if you don't go for this. Xfla with one. Rigon with a trade back. But Calyx, what an animal he has been, and he looks to be the player to get it done. The GXX! He just appears, he just spawns on his head, and the kill comes in. The bomb plant looking to be denied, and he gets off it, gets back in front of Triple, but it's denied! He's pulled off! And that's it, that's the map done. Eternal Fire, 16-14. Map 1 goes their way. This is becoming a rivalry. And look at the release of pressure from Major. What an incredible first map of Counter-Strike. It goes the whole way, and it's the Turkish team that come out on top by just one round.
They pulled the rug from under their feet. Can you believe it? The absolute pandemonium towards the end. The open plan. No one knew what was going on. It's absolute chaos out there. And the map pick of B&E slips away.
What an absolutely unreal finish to this first map. It's Eternal Fire finally bucking the trend and taking a victory, at least in a map, over the likes of B&E. But it's 16-14 again.
Yeah, I mean, that has to have been the map of the tournament. That was absolutely ridiculous. That was honestly a brawl. That was a bar fight. That was absolutely crazy. And the whole way through, it was such a streaky map. At times, one team looked utterly dominant and was running away from it. And then you get some crazy afterplants and rounds swinging back the other way. And I've got to be honest, this was the one map in this series that I thought was a slam dunk. I thought B&E, massive favorites on a map like this. Eternal Fire never looks particularly good on Mirage, and they haven't as of late. And out of nowhere, they pull off the impossible. Some incredible rounds. Calyx and Xantares in top form, and wow, I mean, that was, that might not have been the cleanest Counter-Strike you'll ever see, but it doesn't get that much more entertaining than the game we just witnessed.
Yeah, it was absolutely explosive every step of the way, and that's kind of what we anticipated coming into this one. We'd also highlighted Calyx in our head-to-head there. He came in with a hell of a performance here in this map, so you got to be very excited. Another little rifler that you have alongside Xantares to get the job done, and man, did he ever show up in the server.
Yeah, I mean, Calyx was absolutely brilliant. And on this map, I'm not sure he's necessarily in position to get that many kills. He plays an anchor on the CT side, and that tends to be a spot where, you get one, you play a retake, you wait for a teammate. But on so many occasions, Calyx was going above and beyond what his positions and resources should actually present him. And he was the best player on this server. He was absolutely sensational. And Calyx has been on an upward trajectory. He's looked fairly good in this tournament. And as we're saying throughout, Emor looks good. He looks actually quite consistent. Xantares is seemingly getting better every game. And if Calyx can maintain anything like this level of form, then suddenly you're looking, of course, at this playoff bracket and saying, Eternal Fire have a real shot of winning a tournament, and it's been a long time since these guys have picked up a trophy on LAN.
Yeah, and then now they're a map up on their opponents here, and it's their map pick, B&E. Again, we came into this one and we said, this is going to be a lock-in here for B&E. Mirage is a very comfortable territory for them. There's no questions asked, and they took a L on that. Now, one interesting thing to note here is that Eternal Fire, they did a little bit of trickery here. This was the map pick of B&E, but they started out on that T side. What do you think about that decision?
I mean, they got a fairly good T side round haul. I'm sure they had their reasons. I think most teams would still pick CT side. It is the stronger side. Individual players tend to be more comfortable playing on that defense, but for whatever reasons, maybe it was preparation, maybe they genuinely believe they're a stronger team on the T side than the CT side at the moment. So I'm sure they had their reasons, and whether it was a big factor, I don't think so, to be honest. But yeah, it clearly wasn't to a detriment.
Yeah, I think it worked out pretty well for them because maybe they were able to pull off a lot of those CT rounds in a row, get the job done there, and it turned out being very, very strong for them. But yeah, B&E now a little bit in scary territory, but one thing that they still have going for them is that they don't take losses in series all that often here to Eternal Fire, and I think that really might be to their favor here. They're feeling very confident still, even though they're taking a L in this opening map. Do you think there's a good chance that they can get their heads back in this series?
Yeah, I was actually just having a look. The following map, of course, is Anubis, and only 3 times played total for Bad News Eagles. They've played it only a couple of times in the last few months. They played it 3 times, won it once up against Saw, and then lost to Aura and lost to 9, and both those were extremely convincing scorelines. And they actually haven't played it for a few weeks. So yeah, I mean, in terms of that respect, you have to look at Anubis and say, even if Eternal Fire might be inconsistent, they might have had their issues even in this tournament on Anubis, they're certainly more experienced than their opponents, and you surely still have to favour them going into that second map.
Yeah, I mean, Bad News Eagles, a little bit of a worry here coming into them. But they came in also talking about the firepower. I think one thing that was mentioned in their interview coming into this event was that Xantares wasn't a big threat for them. They think that he's kind of the main win condition.
That is genuinely a ludicrous statement. Like, the idea that Xantares wouldn't be capable of dismantling you is crazy, because he can do that to the best teams in the world, just fundamentally. And I don't think there's necessarily anything in Bad News Eagles' play style that would stop someone like Xantares. If anything, by playing loose, by not, doing really hardcore strategic executes, you're allowing someone like Xantares to have the freedom to move around, to take duels on his terms. And Xantares is more individually talented than anybody on Bad News Eagles. So the idea that they can lock him down and contain him, maybe it has happened in previous games, but honestly, that's an outlier. I don't see that ever happening consistently, and clearly in this game, Calix and Xantares gave them a pretty bad number.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It wasn't just Xantares, right? Even if he was able to show up, he had a good game, right? There's no question about that. He still showed up in the server. They had that extra element in Calix. How much do you think that having that extra element impacted this map, closing it out in favor for Eternal Fire?
I mean, yeah, but Calix was brilliant. He also, as we've mentioned, he doesn't really play positions that you think would allow him to exert himself so well. But yeah, I mean, he was just absolutely rock solid during this game. And yeah, when you look across the board, the Eternal Fire team just starts making a lot more sense than it did 6 months ago when he looked at it on paper. When he looked at his team on paper, even with very similar lineups over the last 12 months, you looked at Calix on their team and you said, I mean, would it be a strong statement, say maybe washed is the way you could look at him as a player? He had that period on Envy where it never really translated onto the server. And yeah, and obviously in years past, we've seen Calix on that Space Soldiers lineup looking absolutely brilliant. So maybe in the back of our minds, we always knew he had it in him as an individual, but we haven't seen it on the server for quite a long time. And it is really a pleasure to see him back where we should have expected him over the last 12 months.
Yeah, no question. I mean, what I'm so excited about is now we get to see potentially 2 more maps of that, because that was, like you said, one of the most competitive matches that we had of that tournament. But guys, before we get to Anubis, we're going to be tossing it to a short break. We will be right back.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
And let's introduce our second guest, Regali, formerly of Game Agents or Fnatic Rising, now playing in Copenhagen Flames, absolutely tearing up the scene right now. They've been playing super well. They've won some of our tournaments.
hello everybody watching this.
You guys are playing an obscene amount of games.
Trained a lot, we practiced a lot.
Were you a bit worried after you joined? And
he was one of the main reasons I really wanted to join Copenhagen Flames. Right now I became strong with rifle as well.
The thing is, it sounds like you're continuing to expand your game.
We are playing way better in officials.
How do you find time to practice? You guys have obviously been placing super highly in these events consistently now.
Welcome back to Malta. We're here with one of the most important matchups here, BNE versus Eternal Fire. A rivalry certainly brewing between these two teams. They're coming into play here on the second map. Could this be an Eternal Fire 2-0, Henry?
I don't know. It was such a scrappy game. It was up and down. Both teams had their moments. Lots of clutches, as you would expect. Very exciting Counter-Strike, but also very unpredictable, Dinko. Not sure I can give you a definitive answer on that, but the odds from 1xBet suggest Eternal Fire have this one in the bag. I don't know about that, but one thing I will say is they managed to get over the line with a pretty quiet Xantares performance. Now, moving on to Anubis, we saw it yesterday, like it's not his best map, but I'm kind of hoping he's gone back to the drawing board and worked out where his issue lied and why he's not really popping off on the map.
Yeah, sure, and they're definitely warmed up today too. I mean,
sure,
they've definitely been consuming a lot of Counter-Strike over the last few hours, and they're getting ready to head into the second map of play. BNE's odds not favoring them right now, 1xBet. Certainly they've got Eternal Fire winning this one. And I feel like for Bad News Eagles on that first map, there were just some ridiculous rounds that they kind of let slip. You know, we had the plant even in the last round of the game. A little bit too in the open. Probably not the best position to put the bomb down in. And then obviously you had a couple of moments where there seems to be a sound issue here for Scenario, but GX posted and swung from jungle with a reload happening, didn't have any ammo in his gun, lost a couple of moments like that, and those are the kind of rounds when you let them slip in a close game, cost you the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see the box of phones coming out as well. I don't like the look of that. We'll see if that is going to be troublesome for us.
When the phones come out, generally it means we're here for a little while.
Yes, indeed. The bananas are out as well. Not the banana phone just yet. Oh, it's a bottle of beverages, I think. It wasn't a box of phones. So,
okay, got to keep them hydrated.
There we go. There's Devil Walk licking his wounds after that one. Just to reiterate, this is the upper bracket final. You're not out of the tournament. Definitely a headset issue, though. Plenty of those kicking around. Hopefully, be back into the action momentarily. Second map on the way. Third and, well, fourth and final best of 3 of the day, I should say.
Yeah. Been a lot of action today.
Yeah.
2-0s in the first 2 games, similar to yesterday. But if yesterday's anything to go by, it was 2 2-1s to finish. We'll see if we've got that same result up our sleeve here. But Reed just going over the notes here on the Eternal Fire side. Coach having a say. And the player I'm looking forward to seeing is Imor. I think he's been really quite fantastic over the last few days, at least from when we've got to see him. Obviously, he has little hot and cold patches, but he started real slow over on Mirage and then had probably the best round where he just wins that clutch, right? You win by 1 round, and that happens in the game. One of the most important rounds to pick up, and it's his individual ability that can just sometimes come out of nowhere.
Well, I'm hoping to see an explosive game of Counter-Strike. I'm sure we'll get that. It did go the full distance on Mirage. I'm expecting more of the same here. Very closely contested teams as we get into the second map. Maybe the final one of the evening, Eternal Fire. Move on to their map pick. Bear that in mind. They chose to be here. So they'll be starting on the T side. But from what we've seen, especially this event, it's been a very T-sided map, to be honest. So maybe BNE have let this one slip. We'll see. Very tactical setup from Eternal Fire. A couple of smokes, molotovs, and flashes, making their way towards the A side of the map. So maybe the full execution early on. Smoke in heaven, molotov towards connector. Second smoke for the post-plant. We'll see if that's well they'd like to operate, but waiting for any CT aggression right now. They are exploring the canals, aren't they? Rigon. It's done quite well. Made decent progress towards the steps.
Majors missed it. Finally, they spot it.
They don't even know where he's come from.
Yeah, they don't. They just don't know how he's got here.
Yeah, that's kind of a blunder, if you don't mind me saying.
I do not mind you saying that one, Henry.
No one's watching canals or dark. Okay, that way. I assume when the Molotov landed in the water, I thought that would go out, to be honest. I wasn't really sure how it would work.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. This is...
No. I was like, oh, that's not... Oh, no, it's fine.
Molotov just burns to the water and immediately kills Rigon. 55 seconds. That initial aggressive play has resulted in an even numbers game. And they're heading towards A. There is one player here right now, and that's Scenario. He's got the kit, he's got the smoke, he's about to be smoked out. Double smokes in for Eternal Fire, one for the connector, one from heaven. And here they go. Swinging for the smoke. All right, Synopsy offers his life up and gives Eternal Fire the advantage. Here we go. Xantares coming in, swinging to 2 headshots, and that should be the pistol.
He's not done yet. We said we wanted to see a bit more from him. Oh my God, is he ever delivering? Decides to retreat after finding 3 massive frags, and that's a bit of a recovery for Eternal Fire. Bit of a nightmare start for them. No one watching the Canals push. They make up for it with the Molotov and allow themselves to still execute towards the A side. As mentioned, the smoke's down, flash is over, and Zantares let off the leash. That's what you want to see. The big man causing a ruckus on the A side there. Nothing but headshots, as you might expect. And we go 1-0. Juan Flatro, at least he has armor. 100 HP as well, so he gets a free helmet. Well, a discounted helmet going forward. If they do decide to force buy, smiles all round as they take one step forward here on their map pick. T-side victory.
Yeah, it's great to see Eternal Fire and Grit Spirits.
Yeah. This was the moment. Oh, to be fair, nice headshot to even like avoid death there. That's kind of funny. Like the aim punch denied the kill.
That's wild. But yeah, like you said, Zantares coming in, having his moment. I'm glad we're getting to see him start on the T side because you said he was a bit quiet on Anubis at times. That's mainly because of his CT position.
Yeah, it's a fun one to play. It's a very difficult spot middle because you're getting spammed through smokes. There's no strong angles. You're essentially playing for information, slowing them down, occasionally dropping down from the window, but ultimately falling back to double doors, which is also a very awkward position where you need crossfires and backup. It's not like he can really carry on the CT side from mid, but he can certainly do it on the T side. He is ravenous for kills right now, feeling himself after that initial sequence on the T pistol. Smelling that blood in the water. Doesn't commit just yet. And in terms of the overall setup, not clear where they want to finish at. The bombs on the B side of the map still have the majority of their utility, including 4 smokes. Dark control, no Molotov required. Zantares just wants to get stuck in with Brawn here. And the smoke is absolutely woeful.
That's definitely one of the worst smokes we've seen so far.
If anything, that's helped Zantares out.
It does. It gives him a bit of a one-way to play with as he peers up into the site, but luckily no one offering themselves up. He will wait that smoke out, and now if he wants, he can push in. But remember, he's waiting to work with the rest of his team who are coming through B main. It's a full execute coming in towards this B bomb site from Eternal Fire. We'll see who takes first contact. I imagine it will be the B main players, as Zantares will be a late piece to this puzzle. And here they come splitting together. Immor and Calyx with beautiful headshots, absolutely destroying the site. And Immor, he's been fantastic, but Calyx is the player that really delivered on Mirage. Alan was talking about that on the desk. When you don't really need Zantares, and it's Calyx delivering, that's a little bit scary.
Certainly been up and down tournament for Eternal Fire, but this is looking fantastic. Taking your opponent's pick, keeping up in the fire, fragging to palm, and we are going to see Zantares now showing up in buckets and spades. But there we go. Pretty simple entry in towards the B bomb site. GX and Rigon will try and hold on to their Desert Eagles here. They have got helmets as well, so might as well. Bomb goes off. T-side dominance continues here. Bit of an eco situation coming up next. But saved Eagles, you never know, might be able to do something. I can hear a lot of typing. I think that means there might be a technical issue. There we go. He's like, yeah, what do you want me to do?
Tech issue.
What do you want me to do?
Let's go.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Well, it is a tech issue. Hopefully, it will be a quick fix. Yapins over Malta have been doing a fantastic job at getting this resolved as quickly as possible. Even full PC exchanges have been happening pretty swiftly.
Yeah, when you've only got one stage set up, keeping a smooth tournament going is a tall order, and they've done a great job after day one. It's been very smooth. So yeah, shout out to the admins over in Malta. Wish we were there with you. But for now, third round is up on the docket. We are going to see those 2 saved Eagles, probably a full eco. Otherwise, maybe a B push Dinko with a flashbang through the middle window.
The B hits have been working.
But
for the T side, maybe you can catch them before they arrive. Well, the hand towel are now being used for the head. It's hot over there in Malta at the moment. Especially in that room, I've been told. We had a man on the ground, Tristan Osaranthus, giving us a little weather update.
Yeah. It's a hell of a place. Lived in Malta since 2018. Looking to get my citizenship soon, Dinko. Imagine that. I could be Maltese.
You could be Maltese.
Imagine that.
Henry G. Maltese.
That would be big.
You got to get one of the dogs as well.
I actually do. My parents have a Maltese Terrier.
Oh, perfect. It's all adding up.
Yeah.
Irish Maltese Englishman. Love it.
Right then, we have got the full eco as mentioned. 3 HE grenades. They're going to be dropping the tactical airstrike towards middle. Smoke down. Molotov and Xantares as well. Well, just about. There we go. There's the nades. Creates a veil.
Yeah. Although, Unveil is one flat throw pretty swiftly. More moving through mid this time. Scenario's trying to bait them into fights and Opti. Trying to pull them into the fight so the 5-7 can unleash in a more reactive time to deal with that problem. And he continues to spam down. There's a lot of bullets in the Galil.
Those extra 5 actually saved the day there. Pretty cool stuff, and this looking like another clean sweep here. And not quite. Rigon has got other ideas. He did save the Deagle on armor, so able to take a bit more damage there. Saves the day. Xantara should make light work of the note, and there we go. So, 4 players survive. Jacket comes off. Maybe a tactical timeout. We'll see. It's the first gun round.
You know, the interesting dynamic would be, obviously, Devilwalk's not going to understand anything they're saying while they're communicating.
True, yeah.
He does know that they are communicating, or if they're not communicating.
Good point.
But he doesn't know what they're communicating. And then, obviously, when they have their timeouts, he has to do it quickly and in English.
I guess that's why he can't do a big, compelling speech and get into tactical details, because he needs to let them get on with it themselves, right? He can just be there to give the moral support. Doesn't want to slow things down. You only get 30 seconds. He doesn't really have the context as to what they're talking about. So yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, Nate stacked out of there.
Hello.
Oh, Synopsy.
That's huge.
Gets wrecked by just the preparation.
Yeah, that's wild, actually.
Gotta steal that one, Henry.
Yeah, we will.
Write
All
that
right.
one down.
Do they just commit off that? They've still got 4 players, and might as well call it 5 around the B bomb, so I've major towards dark. Still 2 CTs here. Juan Flantro holds towards Temple. Scenario will be in towards dark once again. I dare say he gets his kill. There we go.
That's an important fight because now they're coming in from one side. Juan Flantro gets another one until Xantares impales him. He's looking for one more. Xantares is on the hunt. Moore runs right into dark. He still gets the kill from the grave.
That's big. It was a huge commitment. One I wouldn't necessarily recommend, but you're right. Does manage to find the frag from the grave. Are there any kids, Dinko? There's absolutely not.
Well, they're moving quite quickly, so maybe they can evade this issue, but Xantares reads the play towards B-main, and Xantares, yeah, far too strong.
We wanted him to turn up. You can just feel it now, isn't it? He's going to have one of those games. Now you've let him get in the zone. He's got that 3-0 in the pistol. He's certainly a momentum-based player. If he gets in that zone, it's very difficult to get him out of it.
And he's 7-0
yeah,
right now.
That's what I mean. The ultimate James Bond, not 0-7, you go 7-0.
Agent 700.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you like to see. Another 3 kills with Xantares. Wrecking house here. Huge. Eternal Fire. Loud and proud. Devilwalk trying to keep the morale high. Here he comes, the big man. Dangerous man in Counter-Strike. Here we go. Devilwalk is animated, isn't he?
He is full of the beans.
Oh, attitude, desire, discipline.
I used to love watching Devilwalk back in the day when he was with Michael Lele because they have a really good dynamic. But
yeah,
when Michael Lele used to make a mistake, Devilwalk would just rip into him just immediately. It's like, come on, Michael, it's great. You know, grab his shoulders, shake him back and forth. He's always been like this. Major winner. First major ever.
As a player and a coach.
Yeah. Well, he's one major, simple one major.
Trousers came down as well. That's how much it meant to him.
Yep. Did drop his pants.
No one's gone for that move since, have they?
I did hear legends of like Copenhagen Games, things coming close to it, but nothing on that level. What a legend.
Well, 4-0 Eternal Fire have got... Oh no, not a double kill, I was going to say. If that's how he continues the perfect streak, that would have been wild. But still, the kills come through. The A-bomb site completely shut down. Just Deagles and an MP9 remaining in this 4 versus 3. Oh, nice shot there coming in from Juan Flatcher. That's the MP9. Smokes down towards Heaven. Molotov towards the connector position. Calyx now.
There's a quick flank coming, but I don't think he's going to get there in time. Synopsy needs to delay them. He needs to be a little bit annoying. And maybe this flank might get something. He's staying alive.
I think they lose this, you know.
And the flank is coming in. The bomb might just go down here. They're trying to lose, but Major turns back and gets a double.
He's got the bomb as well. He can get the hell out of there. He wants to save his teammate if possible. They're both incredibly low, CT as well. And now, just going to have to believe. Hope they won't get backstabbed. They know he's in there. Synopsy will find the AK-47, but only 13 points of health. He's not going to be able to beat them towards the bomb site, but maybe he can bring it down to a 1 versus 1 and be up against the AWP. That's all he can really hope for here. Temple smoke goes down, bomb to be planted, and now, does he go for it? Like, how do you even get through the smoke, Dinko? I guess he'll just look for a timing. They can pretty much
just walk
yeah,
through
exactly. That's all he can do.
Yeah, well, that's the one way, but
they can assume he won't have a kit, right?
Yeah. What? How does he win that fight? And now he's looking for the second player as well. Luckily, Major dodges the flash. Synopsy trying to pull him into it, and Major is not biting. He's too ready for this. Major will go down. Synopsy runs to the defuse.
He's got it.
I think he does.
That's a nightmare round. How have you given that one up, lads? That's shocking. I haven't played the bomb at all. That is looking for that quick kill.
Oh!
Yeah, he's got it for sure.
He was right on the beep.
Oh, that's woeful. That's going to be one that's going to come back and haunt them, I think. You've got a 2-on-1. You know he's super low. He's got 10 HP, and you don't even wait for him to touch the bomb.
To be fair, it looked like they were going to lose it at multiple points.
Yeah, at this point, it felt like they were losing it, but still, like, you recovered it, right? You get that double kill in the back, and instead of waiting and running that clock down and counting like 3 seconds,
Where are
making
we
sure.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. It's just
straight up challenge with the low HP player, and then you've left Major, who fluffs his lines as well, and we get the first round for B&E, one they shouldn't have got.
Oh, it's just running non-stop right into Synopsy. He'll go down, but Zentaras will trade it. Now comes X-Floud through B-main. Zentaras is just clearing out the sites. I suppose it doesn't really matter if you lose one round like that, even if it is in ridiculous fashion. If you can just get Zentaras back onto the round and walk through dark, kill 2 people, get the bomb down, and maybe you'll see this one through. He's gone over towards Temple. Flash throw is there. Zentaras, another kill for him in the round.
Big flash as well.
He could get an ace here, Henry.
Good Molotov. He's playing this perfectly. Frustrated from the previous round, perhaps, but they answer back. And it's just going to be GX with the AWP here. This shot gives him his position. They could hunt him, I suppose, but doesn't look like it's worth it. Too far removed. The bomb would take them down. So just guaranteeing he doesn't get the defuse in, but that's going to be 5-1 Eternal Fire with the money getting the precarious spot. GX can drop a rifle, in fact, if he saves the AWP, which is looking like a lock-in. He's got 6K. His teammates hovering around 3,000. I would say this is partial buy territory. They seem more hyped on the BNE side right now after losing that round.
I think it's just business as usual, really, for Eternal Fire, though. Zentaras working with the more through dark. It's kind of cool to see how the teams have been approaching that dark area, because it's really important to get the B split going, that you get that control. I think Team Spirit have had Siren and Patsy be the 2 players kind of coming through dark in the gruesome twosome. And it's been pretty sick to see the pairings from a bunch of different teams. Eternal Fire go with Imora and Zentaras, and that's a pretty scary 2 players they have to deal with in that position. If Imora gets the pick, which he often does, great, you have some space. If he doesn't, Zentaras is the player trading. He's fantastic at doing that. Here he goes in mid.
It feels like it's on Zentaras' cam, which you love to see. It's the best show you can really watch.
One of the best tickets in Counter-Strike. But GXX doesn't like it. Give it a negative rating. It's 11-2 now for Zentaras. Takes his 2nd death. They failed to convert the only round that he died in, so Zentaras has died. They've lost 1 round. Maybe this is the 2nd round they'll lose. 3 players in the B-bomb side right now for the CT side. This time the player coming out of dark is Major. And
Good
he's
shot.
not really allowed to leave that position. Scenari with a FAMAS. This is much better for the Bad News Eagles. Not a single player goes down on the CT side. GXX comes in with the AWP. And they're getting loud about that, happy about their round win.
Remember, we haven't really seen any dominant CT performances at all on Anubis. We've commentated a couple of times here. It's been huge scorelines for the T side. It's considered, like, I suppose, since Cash, like the first T-sided map we've really had. But it's still kind of being fleshed out, I suppose. We're still understanding the meta. We haven't seen a ton of LAN games in here. We haven't seen a team run away with their own style.
I suppose during certain metas, Dust 2 was T-sided, and this is replacing that. So it's good to actually have a little bit of a balance in the map pool, not have just CT-sided maps everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets a little bit stale after a while of just having that same narrative, like, oh, they've got the CT side on nuke, so they're probably going to take this.
I had a conversation with Anders once, and you know, you can get some great conversations when you get into the thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of Anders. So he was bringing up a point, he was like, what movie sounds better? Where you watch a heist movie and it's all from the perspective of how the bank robbers catch you the bank security catch them every time, or is it more interesting watching the build-up of the bank robbers and how they manage to actually pull the heist off? And it is far more interesting to watch it from the attacker's point of view, I guess. So it would be cool to have more T-sided maps in the pool.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Thoughts of Anders there. So
yeah, you don't want to claim that, right?
Don't want to steal that one.
Leave that to him. A execution looking likely here, though. 5 players on this side of the map, nothing towards B, and you've got nothing towards B. You pretty much have to go straight away. You've lost territory. You don't know what flanks are coming through. So this is an execution. They'll be coming in fast. Good smoke from Rigon, reading it well. Trying to get stuck in. The double agent joining the pack here.
The body block.
He's blocking them.
How do you not know? Oh, no.
Oh,
they've just walked right through. Oh,
it's kind of sick.
Major's just going in, and he's got a kill out of it, but Rigon finally, from the smoke, gets himself a 3K.
Wow. Sits in the smoke. They have no idea. He completely shuts it down, but xFloud now left in the 3 versus 1. He's got HP. He can do something with this. 40 seconds remaining, but the bomb is down. The AWP's here, and we've got the flank incoming as well. Throws in a flashbang, but surely that's the end of him. Dropping down will be GX, and misses a couple of shots here, but finally closes it. Big one to pick up.
Finally, Bad News Eagles are hitting a good patch of form here. You can see him getting hyped. They're starting to feel confident and a bit more comfortable here on Anubis. And that initial start was Antares is just killing everybody. It's starting to fizzle out. And this was the move. Rigon, I thought surely Major knows as the player in the smoke. What are you getting blocked on? What's holding you back? Maybe thought it was a pillar or I don't know. But surely you have to realize it could be a player in that smoke if you can't get through it. And Rigon just jumps out of the smoke and gets a 3K.
Huge. Partial buy. Call this one an eco, in fact. 4EF. Win taken out of their sails somewhat. Zantares with the only investment. Looks up for it.
At the moment.
Yeah, you think you might be right. But Major will pull one back. Next 9, but still looks very comfortable for BNE.
Yeah. They're feeling it right now. They're back into this. It's not the most ideal start. They're finding some form here on the CT side, and I think that B side's been way more strong over the last few rounds, right? Because I think at the start of the game, there were maybe a few weaknesses, a couple of these B splits really working out, but look at the crossfires. It's all about tightening these B setups up on Anubis. They've been really good. I think Eternal Fire's utility usage hasn't been great enough. Maybe they don't have as much utility, but we've seen Team Spirit, they hit a lot of B hits, and it was impossible really for the CTs to hold when the utility's perfect. Maybe we have to see a bit more of a focus on the util from Eternal Fire.
Next gun round here. Some compromises for EF. Distinct lack of utility. Galil for Calyx. Let's see if there's going to be that push towards Canals once again. xFloud is looking for any inquisitive B players here. Zantares full speed ahead. Flashbang towards middle. Utility deployed. GX, though, has had the better of him in this spot with the sniper. And we've got a drop down here. Synopsy, this is kind of huge. Will they check it? Well, Zantares once again going down to the AWP. This position is huge because he knows they're not coming in towards B. Can flank them when they commit towards A.
Yeah, that's the key here, isn't it?
And here he goes.
They re-smoked.
Oh,
He's
this
mid-nose
moment.
in the water. But they're lining up smokes. He's just going to go for one. Just one kill. He knows they're probably likely to try and swing him. So he'll throw the smoke down to give him some more cover. And he goes to the right side of it. Really well played from Synopsy. Imor finally gets rid of him, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, that's huge. 5-5 looking likely. Calyx and Imor remaining. 30 seconds on the clock, and he'll be swung out from the window position as well.
Oh, yeah. Just Calyx left now. Why have Eternal Fire disappeared too? Don't think the fire's all that internal. Or rather, eternal. Maybe needs a bit more fuel here. Calyx gets the bomb plant. Maybe he can reignite his side with a clutch. GXX finally spots him. The dude comes in behind. Decapitation. One force trauma even to the back of the head.
Well, they're starting to feel it now. Eternal Fire starting to drop off. Bear in mind, we do consider this a very T-sided map these days, at least in its current state. And again, Xantares, it's a nice shot to be fair, but he's been dropped there 2 or 3 times. Great repositioning towards middle, dropping down from window, tucking yourself in there, shutting down the execution, then dropping that lovely smoke.
Eternal Fire going quick towards A here. This could be a quick A rush straight away.
Looks to be the case. Flashbang goes in, Major leading the charge here. Rigon will respond in kind. Nice utility use, so they can't really break through now. One player's made it in, but he's actually Major.
He got around, and he's picked up the rifle now. He's upgraded the pistol, and the bomb is now going down. Eternal Fire with some speed have penetrated the A bomb site, and now they're looking to send it through.
They struggle to get up towards heaven, but finally they make it up.
Here comes the utility back in. Bad News Eagles. Is this going to be a successful retake? They've got the kill on the Xantares, one of the sharpest tools in the shed, but Major, no, he needed that kill. Calyx's Deagle still alive. The Tech 9 still up, but it all comes crumbling down. What a recovery from Bad News Eagles.
Couple of fumbles there. Eternal Fire had everything working in their favor apart from no utility whatsoever. They couldn't smoke off a choke point. They couldn't focus on one area. Overwhelmed and knocked out. It was a good effort, decent plant. Needs to hold their nerve here. Had such a great streak of rounds to kick this one off, but now doesn't look as rosy for them. Great job in Scenario, a couple of great rounds from him. 6-5, they take the lead on the CT forces here. All for Imor. He'll be looking towards dark by the looks of things here. Or the one-way.
X-Flow's got underneath it. He could track this. He's aware of this possibility. When you throw a deep smoke like that, and that aggressive move's not going to work out for Synopsy.
Yeah, very common move from the CT. Still very difficult to handle. This time, Eternal Fire come out on top. At least for now. Waiting for the smoke to fade.
Another push. Doesn't go the way of Bad News Eagles. Another lovely shot from Calyx.
Ooh, extra crispy there. Calyx finding that Mirage form once again, but maybe oversteps the mark. Didn't have any trade potential. Typing coming through. We'll see what happens there. Maybe a tech issue, but for now, 3-on-2 in favor of the Turks.
Throw. Is he going to be properly
Major.
checked? He lazy checks it, and one flat throw gets into the AK. Luckily, X-Floud is having a good round, and takes one flat throw away from the round itself. Rigon coming back into the fray. 1 versus 2 outside of B. Rigon with some time to play with. To set up from jail, and X-Floud on the site, but he split them up. Now does he read where Xantares is? Xantares has a low health player right in front of him, and he's offered him up. Rigon doesn't even consider it, and Xantares goes around the corner, locks in the headshot, and finally, Eternal Fire back to winning ways.
Yeah, there's no way he'd ever anticipate Xantares to be in the jail position, considering the context of that round. X-Floud, nice opening pick. The reaction play from Calyx as well. Excellent work. As you said, a bit of a lazy clear from Major there, like the worst of both worlds. So you haven't really checked it, and you've given yourself up for free. But bouncing back. Eternal Fire tie things up. Strong smoke.
There's more into the water. Just one. It's straight in. It's crunch. It's an attempt to take water control here from the side of B&E, but it hasn't gone according to plan. In fact, It's gone pretty badly. 4 versus 3 established here for the Turkish team, and you'll take that when you're on the T side. They might even get another kill here, Henry.
Yeah, we're gone. He's been pretty sharp here. Calyx needs to be careful.
Major's there with him.
Yeah, well, maybe more detrimental than he was. He goes down to Scenario towards that dark position. But they maintain the advantage for now.
The 2 CTs are split up, 1-on-1 on each bomb site, and so Synops is maybe feeling a little bit pressured by that. He's actually pushing, and Calyx is holding it. He's got it, patient, and there's the kill.
Controls the spray. The garden hose almost got out of control there.
Scenario's getting back to egg in time. He actually might be here to cause some problems, and they're split up. The spacing's not good enough, but the bomb is still in a position where it can go either way. If he confirms that the last player's inside of this A site, well, either you go back to B or you just get the kill.
2 in a row. Eternal Fire bouncing back. Interesting idea there from B&E, that a deep smoke towards canals, allowing 2 players to get out of this position here. You can see that was the Orb trying to find the first pick, but they were 1 step ahead. Zantara spraying through the smoke as well. Gets himself a couple of kills here. Been a little bit quiet the last few, so it's great to see him coming back online. And we will see GX with the investment. He's gone for the hero AWP in the dying stages here of the first half. Eternal Fire have the lead for now. Can they hold on to it? Looking to extend it here. GX goes absolutely massive and somehow denies this round. It could be enough to take us to a third. Mage up. Close towards Darkroom. Don't want to give anything away here. Zantares working towards middle. You'll see him there on the CT side as well, as they start to coordinate themselves towards the B bomb side. Thing is, 3 CTs waiting. Ragon joining them. Nice late smoke. Still plenty of time. They don't have to panic or adjust anything too much here. They have the option to go back towards A. That would be the correct call, considering the CT setup right now. CTs with 2 smokes remaining. Where's that all position? That's going to be on the pillar here at A. Calyx needs to be very careful. He probably goes down if he fully challenges, but at least he'll get the information. The side's better of it. Falling back now, so back towards B we go by the looks of things. But time is of the essence, Dinker. Where are they going to finish?
We've been all over the map. We've had a little tour of Egypt here, I think, Henry.
CTs are leaving. Getting a little bit messy.
What is happening? We've got to see something happen right now. You've got to attack into this B site. Tara's trying to save the day, but it's only 1 even from him. And Amor trying to get into the site. Quick flank coming in dark around the backside. 1 flat throw with the P250. He's missed his chance, and Amor, he wants to get across, but the temple peak comes in. Major now fighting. And oh my goodness, Eternal Fire have done it. They've got all the kills in the end. Not the best round of Counter-Strike I've ever seen, Henry, but certainly had moments.
It's not pretty. It's not pretty at all, but it gets the job done. That's all that really matters.
They just kind of waited around until everybody decided, fight in the middle.
Let's have a brawl. Deathmatch enabled.
You just knew you were at a bar and this guy's been real annoying, and suddenly all hell breaks loose.
The place erupts. Okay. GX, like we said, invested in the AWP there. He'll be down to a Deagle, so hamstrung on the final round of the map here. Grenades going in towards that dark position again. 2 players there.
There's the nade stack again. Worked out earlier.
It's cool.
Not this time. All right, 9-6. It would be great for the Eternal Fire side and the T side, as you mentioned. Definitely a T-sided affair. Quite heavily. And E looking to salvage 7. You'd be very happy with that CT performance. Some utility tossed into mid. Eternal Fire then leave, and now trying to think about the canal. Setting up outside of A. Over here in the defense, you've got Rigon. He has just re-smoked out A main. A lovely positive.
Yeah. Always good to show that one off.
One of the best looking assets in CSGO.
Yeah.
40 seconds. Centaurus, I'd say he's definitely up that as one of the most beautiful people to watch in Counter-Strike. Well, he's gone through in towards Dark. He's tried to, but they know where he is now due to the sound cue. There's an attempted play into A here from Eternal Fire, but they're going back B.
Here he
and
comes.
Zantares has decided to activate. The first headshot's perfect. The second, not yet. And Synopsy's going to fight him. 11 seconds, we've got to get to the site. It's another one of these rounds. It's another one of these last second effort. 6 seconds, just enough time to put that bomb down. And Major is getting kills too. It's all on Rigon. Can he get it done? He's close already. It's all on the Major. A 1v1 and 9 rounds for Eternal Fire will be secured. The in-game leader wins the clutch.
He's had a great tournament here, Dinko, and that's a huge round for him to pick up. Back and forth once again. There's not much separating these two teams in terms of individual skill. Once they find momentum, both teams can keep it up until a huge clutch comes in or a disastrous round happens, and then you'll give up a few. But still, it's a very close game considering it's a T-sided map. I think both teams will be relatively happy with it. Not over the moon on either side, but they both know it's a competitive half and it's still well up in the air as to who's going to take it. Nice clutch from Major in the end. Huge shot to land. Very confident finish.
Gotta say that those last 2 rounds picked up for Eternal Fire were not pretty, but they are effective. And now we move into the second half, a 3-round buffer for Eternal Fire. If they pick up the pistol, they could be extending closer to that 2-0 scoreline. BNE got their work cut out for them heading into the second half, and I'm excited to see what BNE will offer us on the T side. This team, super fun to watch on T side on other maps. A T-sided map for BNE, that sounds exciting. Major hyping the squad up as they go into battle for another half of Counter-Strike.
Big pistol, as ever. 7 guns for Eternal Fire. Dual leads for Calix and Amor. Major. Ayanka, Zantares, a beast. He takes down Rigon.
Always good for one.
Couple of gunslingers here towards Dark, but can they hold on? Zantares, the cavalry arrives, but here we go. They're back into this round. It's actually a 2-on-1.
And now X-Flout coming out of the temple. Well, his prayers unanswered. Scenario on the Joel Paredes. That's the kind of round you need to see.
Back and forth once again. It looked like Eternal Fire had that one under lock and key, but somehow it all falls apart again. As soon as they give it those dual leads, they get a taste of their own medicine, and boy, is it bitter. Scenario, another huge round from him. 14 kills total. Top fragging for BNE. Everyone else got 10 kills. 10, 10, 10, 10. Team effort.
Yeah, definitely. This game is all about getting to the grand final. It's not elimination on the line, unlike some of the other games you've had today. Ooh, kind of ridiculous, and obviously right through the smoke. The winner of this series will head into the grand final tomorrow. The loser will still have a chance to make it to that grand final, but they'll have to drop down into the consolidation final against ENCE. That's where you want to go. One Flatro cleans up 3, make it 4 to close at 8 rounds. 1 round separating him just like that.
Big round. Gonna need a lot more where that came from. But looking good. Pulling that pistol back from the grips of defeat. One Flatcher will make light work of the eco players there. Eternal Fire will be buying up to this round. Glass Cannon for Amor. 9-16, not having his best performance. It's a brave investment and one that's paid off.
Yeah, great opening there from Amor. Definitely seen some moments out of his CT opping over a Mirage as well. That's his 10th kill. Breaks the double-figure barrier and repositions back over towards the A platform. Take a look at BNE's adjustments. Still not really committed anywhere. Just waiting out the initial utility battles. But maybe more of an A lean later into this. If they are to challenge A, the defensive side waiting for them is Amor and Zantares, two of the biggest hitters here. Still plenty of time to change their mind and work towards a different bomb site. If they go B, there's 3 players positioned over there at the moment. They've let mid completely open. This allows BNE to go in towards Dark and try and challenge B through here, but like I said, Henry, 3 players waiting for them. They're about to push B main.
Well, they feel like they're being surrounded right now. So an information push has actually worked out very nicely. No one outside. They're actually all focused towards Dark here. Major waits towards the platform. Molotov's actually pretty effective. Calyx feeling uncomfortable here. Time ticking away. Rigon to lead the charge. But yes, a player towards Temple. Calyx aware of it. Not a done deal just yet. They're being flushed out of the bomb site. Too many angles to cover. But that's a huge kill from Calyx. Great awareness. Takes the aggro for Major. He gets a dink off, but maybe that's all. This round is still up in the air as the swing from Rigon comes through. They need to get that bomb down, and which they do. This is again was looking perfect for Eternal Fire. 5-on-3, and it all collapses very quickly. Xantara is still alive though, not for long. Towards the cave, he will be dropped. Unable to react in time. Amir, remember, has no armor here as well. And he's left in a 2 versus 1. Has to go to the M4A4. Can't finish it off, and you can see how frustrated he is with that. They're going to start arguing there. That's their rounds to give away, and Moore doesn't look happy.
Oh, fighting.
Bit of a throw.
Yeah, bit of an argument happening, and you can see why that is a ridiculous round to drop the ball on. Like, some missed shots in the platform. I think Major as well, probably frustrated with his own individual performance for a moment there. Missed a sitter.
They weren't looking at him. He gets the dink, but certainly should have been worth more than just that. That's a huge round as well. That's going to be very frustrating. After Moore gets an opening pick as well with the glass cannon. Calyx brings the 5-on-3. He's still somehow fluffed around.
Would have liked the timeout here, because maybe just chill in this round and call one at the end of this.
Yeah.
You gotta try and work through that just mentally. We know Eternal Fire can be a pretty emotional team in a positive way, and of course, with the positive comes the negative. Some infighting can begin, and sometimes it does become an internal fire. Smokes come in here for BNE. They're going to walk with that one smoke. Just gives them enough cover against the weaker guns to feel comfortable about approaching in on the site. Of course, Xantara gets at least one, but the rest of the team unable to compete. And more switches out to the AK, but there's no ammo left inside of it. So he'll switch to USP and unfortunately get taken out by Cineri. Here we go. BNE taking the lead.
Can they maintain it, though? I don't know. I really didn't like the look of the temperament of Eternal Fire after losing that round. Like, Moore looked pissed.
Yeah, he did. The double hand.
Exactly. It's just like, guys, you don't have to know what he's saying. You can understand it from the body language.
You don't have to be a body language
like, guys,
expert, Henry.
That's just, guys, WTF is the thing I want to think of.
Great translation.
Yeah.
Xantara's can often go quiet on the CT side. When he gets into this position, not really well utilized. We've seen that in earlier matches in this tournament. This mid-control for Xantara can be a bit of a problem. Sometimes he likes to fight it, but there's not really an angle that allows him to do so. You'll often see him having to turtle up, play inside one of these bomb sites, or just die. Nemora's got the scope into a Dark. At least lands this one. There's the opener. 1 minute left. Still spread across the map, BNE. Just unfortunately have lost that first fight that they took.
Eternal Fire on the back foot. Their map pick. A couple of disastrous rounds. Need to recalibrate now. Major. Ooh, it's a challenging fight. He comes out on top. X-Floud in the open here. Touches the flames. Considerable damage, but can he hold on to it? Xantara is there to pick up the pieces. They've got a 5. Make it 4-on-2 lead. And with the flank coming here, Calyx normally good for 1. Maybe a double here. Done enough damage. He deserves it. Much better. Bouncing back with style there. Tying the scoreline up.
X-Cloud's having a tough time, isn't he?
Yeah.
When you spray like that with the M4A4, you can't stay just in front of the smoke. You're going to get spammed back. Just a bit unfortunate there for him, but Amor kicks it off with this. Rigon solo peeks into him. Major gets a chance in middles, and Tara's playing that rotator role. Actually, finds one of those important kills, and Calyx has been having a pretty good game so far in this series. Gets a nice double to end it. Bad news Eagles, letting Devilwalk have his say, letting him hype them up yet again in this tactical timeout. Always has something to input, but allows Synopsy to have most of the say.
That's fair.
Yeah, Devilwalk not able to communicate to the same level.
Probably not. All right then. We get into footsteps. Are we in the next round?
I think we are in the next round here.
Here we go. And more. Needs to hold his nerve. XFloud needs to come online. Feels like this map is slipping away, even at 10-10, just from what we've seen on Anubis this week alone, suggests the T-sides always seem to run away with it. FunFlatcher looking confident as he starts to probe in towards this A bomb site. On the other side, XFloud currently sat on 5 kills, 14 deaths, waiting on the other side, so this will be prime. FunFlatcher looks in good form. Jumping for information, baiting out shots, baiting out utility.
All right, here they come. The Bad News Eagles soaring in. XFloud from the brick sends the incendiary out. There's Major that's actually taking this kill. XFloud needs to deliver, and he has. He's got 2. Xantares comes in on the rotation. An important round here for Eternal Fire.
I think they thought they were being flanked there. They were looking behind them. I don't think they realized there were 2 players on the bomb site. They flipped around. Looked a bit confusing, and it will be a very clean finish here. That's more like it. Oh, Major is up for this. I like that. All right, then.
Smiles back on them. What a roller coaster.
Nice to see him more smiling again. He deserves it.
He deserves a smile. Love to see him more happy.
Yeah, me too.
There's the nade. Dunk.
Big nade.
Couldn't have been better.
Big smile on the face of the big man.
There we go. 11-10. Eternal Fire back into the lead. And for BNE, it is pistols once more, unfortunately for them. Here comes an aggressive play being thrown into the mix here.
Oh, here we go. Amor's feeling it now. This is what you like to see. Getting those opening picks consistently. He's been delivering on that front. His teammates just need to make sure they hold on to the round as Xantares chimes in as well, looking for that 12th. Should be able to lock it in here. Might just want to retreat at this stage. You've guaranteed the round. You can't afford to give up rifles, especially with such talented players on the other side. 1 inch could equate to a mile. XFloud starting to build some confidence now. He had 5 kills up until last round, now up to 8. Good nade, that should secure the round. Boom. Touchdown. I believe that's a sports term, isn't it?
Yeah, American football.
Yeah.
Or as Americans call it, football.
Or as it is known, football. Fair enough.
The balls are pretty super. Oh. It's just so bad. But you know what? I don't care anymore, Henry.
You never did.
Never did. Did make the jokes whenever. Are they showing me the exit? I think so.
You'd make an excellent dad.
I don't think so. I think it takes a little more.
With the jokes alone, I think it could be enough.
Better than some, maybe. Oh, GXX. Good night, Xantares and Calyx. 1 foul move, and they're down to 3.
Don't mind those aggressive pushes on the A side. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them.
Second down, another turn.
Major's done very well, though, to slip the net here. He knows FunFlatcher's here. If he can get a quiet kill and force him in towards B, he might be onto something. Does he consider it clear, though? You've got to check the right. Is he going to check it? He's not. They're going to go like ships in the night. Check behind you. They've gone. He's called his clear. So now a player's gone through temple. I think the round's over regardless. And that confirms it.
He was actually sprinting full speed ahead to the bomb.
Yeah.
So if he won that fight, maybe there was something to be said.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So now he does have the bomb. That would have been wild, actually.
Then it would have just become like a recovery mission for BNE, but don't see XFloud winning this one. Here's a nice little view of the new AK.
Well, it's quite nice. But it's a bit vulgar, perhaps, but looks quite cool.
Those are pretty cool lamps. I'd buy one of those. Couple of rugs.
Here we go. Get a close look at them now.
Flying carpet.
Flying carpet would be useful. I'd like the...
Is that your vehicle of choice, if you could have
No,
one?
I would go for the genie in the bottle, you know?
And then ask for what?
Exactly.
What would be your wishes?
Well, I assume you can't ask for more wishes. I think that's just like a loophole that doesn't exist. You know what? World peace first.
What is this? Like an acceptance speech?
Exactly. Aliens to be welcomed onto the planet Earth. Although maybe they're already here. We don't even know. You seem to be talking about them a lot this event.
Yeah,
you know something I don't?
Maybe I'm an alien.
Maybe you are. I'm not sure, actually. Now you mention it.
You never know who might be an alien. Or this is actually a figment of your imagination, Henry.
You might be reptilian. I'm not sure. Nice. All right. Let's get back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Enough of that nonsense. And we will see Xantares. Now, it's been a controversial position for him. He can't really pop off, and that's normally what happens for him. He gets a little bit too committed, and it's not a position we have a shooting gallery. It's really chaotic, and you're battling through spams and grenades. xFloud, he's in trouble here. Flashbang's going to completely wreck him, but he will turn in time. It's a 5 versus 3 as they make their way towards A. He would have to backstab very quickly now as his teammates are dropping like flies. More. He'll be removed. This is a save as we go 12-12.
Oh, we're getting all the rounds again, Henry. We really are. We know these two teams, they don't like to make it easy on each other. They push each other to their limits. Mirage went all the way. Anubis looks like it's going to be the same. Faces everywhere. Here we go. xFloud surely gets this one. He's getting up to 12 kills now. I want to see xFloud's assists more than anything. It felt like every kill he's about to get just gets stolen by Xantares on the A rotate or major.
Well, he's got 5 assists,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
There we go, you can see it right there.
Yeah, your wish has been granted.
There we go, I used it up.
Yeah, you did. What a waste of a wish. I wish I knew how many assists xFloud has got. Oh, wait, I already know.
But it doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Okay, as long as you say so. All right, well, this is looking like a third map all day long. Eternal Fire starting to drop off here. They do save a couple of weapons, but can't justify the investment. They'll take a tactical timeout to discuss whether they could. They could actually drop 2 rifles here. It would just be an all-in maneuver. They've got the AWP, they've got the M4. They can drop 2 M4s. I would say probably worth it, to be honest. Maybe a partial.
Sure.
Rough one now. On the ropes again.
Major might have used up the last part of the reserves of energy screaming with that war cry. The last bit of chit-chat will come to a close in this game. Now back underway. I'll see what the call is for B&E from their T-side perspective. An immediate smoke into B. Look how quick that dark smoke's being deployed, but they're not going towards B as a full pack or unit. In fact, it looks pretty slow because the bomb's still towards the spawn side. And they're more stacked towards the A half of the map. Interesting. Trying to bait out some utility perhaps here from Eternal Fire right away. I think there's a weak point on this A bomb site. And not to put too much flack on xFloud, but I think B&E have realized that.
He doesn't look as confident.
No, here they come. I don't think he gets flashed down here, and he's just got shredded. That's the round.
Yeah, save. Yeah, like you said, like it wasn't a very compelling position. He sat there with a flashbang out.
It kind of looks like he's shaking.
Yeah, and it was like he's checking the entrance every 5 seconds, and by the time he's even checked it, they've got the barrel down his throat.
I don't think it's an easy team to play in because, well, first of all, the individuals on the team, you're playing with the biggest stars in Turkey. They all got big personalities. You know, Xantares is very opinionated, and Moore is obviously very emotional and displays that in physical and probably verbal ways. And you're a young guy. There's a lot of expectation on your shoulders because this team have a huge fan base too.
And you've got Major as well, one of the old heads of the Turkish scene, the in-game leader.
Yeah. So you're
you're kind of like the odd one out, I suppose.
And you're just left in these anchor positions. And when you're an anchor, you can just lose rounds if you don't perform. So probably in his own head a little bit. And this isn't going to help. And all the save weapons are pretty much going down here. The hunt was fully on from the Bad News Eagles. And one of the best predators at hunting is, of course, the Eagle.
That's a good point. His deadly talons sinking deep into the flesh of their prey. GX will be confirming the round.
I was doing some research on some eagles. There's an eagle in Asia that actually like takes monkeys out of trees and just hunts monkeys. Crazy.
They are bigger than you think as well. They're huge.
Yeah, massive. Well, Calyx, he's huge, and so is his kills on the scoreboard. At least on Mirage, and now here, Hit Team. Another kill added. We'll see if that opening kill can be converted upon. Set up outside of B here, Henry.
Yeah, you're right. Might be this. The execution smokes are being deployed right now. Default and towards Dark as well. Trying to spam some damage through the smoke here. xFloud, he's been brought over towards A. Oh, sorry, left A in towards B. We've got the AWP of Amor, who's now playing the anchor role. Maybe a smart call, all things considered. He just needs to find one xFloud. He'll do his job there. If he gets one and done, that's fine. With the low HP of Scenarii behind, could be a double. But they've pumped the brakes there.
I like the change of scenery here for xFloud. Let's see.
That will do. That will do.
And just stay alive.
They could re-smoke it now and allow him to get out. That'd be fantastic.
Flashing him in. And he's another assist added to the tally there.
Well, it will be the 4 versus 1. That's the round.
13-13.
Back and forth we go.
Seesaw on Anubis.
What's the money like? Pretty good, actually, especially they saved the AWP.
Wow, that's
Romeo and Juliet there.
That's an album cover right there.
Yeah,
that's
opposing families. Sun Gods too.
Night Shift.
Night Shift's dead, bro. They're not coming back.
Sun
You
Gods
don't see the
have
talent
ended.
announcement? They ain't coming
Sun
back.
Gods have ended the Night Shift.
They ain't coming back.
Pala refuses to stay up in the night.
The diss track was too much for him.
Pala's too scared to come out at night now. After that. 13-13. I can't believe we're here again.
It's wild. Like, you even told me coming into this one, Henry, just so you know, every time these guys play, right, it goes to full distance. So
Yeah, 29, 30 rounds.
prepare
always
yourself for
gonna
a long
happen.
one. And so far, 30 rounds. We're encroaching on 30 once again, and maybe even a third.
Star jumps were had.
Like, logic dictates we're going to a third eventually, with the T-side play coming in from B&E. Tactical pause from them, actually. Bad news, Eagles. Looking for a good result. Just to reiterate, if you're just joining us, seeing how close this game is, this is the upper bracket final. You're contending for a spot in the grand final tomorrow. Lose this, you go down to the consolidation final, where you will be playing ENCE. And more doesn't want to be there. Coming to life now. Great opening kill. Full investment. Just to note. Yep. And that's going to be an open side here. Grenade will do some significant damage. But it's a retake setup here. And more only finds the one. And Zantara is one of the key components in the Eternal Fire machine removed. 4-on-4. This could be a very difficult retake, Dinko. That's a kill. That's a kill.
That's definitely a kill. But Major fights back. xFloud comes into play too, and it's all on Synopsy. They can get on it. The Molotov, it bounced off the side. Get on the defuse. xFloud holding it, and Synopsy can do nothing about it. 14-13. Eternal Fire find a way.
Oh my God, the Molotov bouncing off. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Oh, that is horrible. Off the
and Major, to be fair, he gets a massive sequence here.
Look at this. It just bounces off the bottom of the obelisk and it's just on the floor. Oh, that's so hard to watch. Painful, in fact.
Well, they do get the bomb down and the lost bonus starting to rack up. I believe they're at third stage now. So this is why they're taking the tactical timeout again. They need to decide what's the best avenue of approach here.
Yeah.
Do you go for the full investment? You take a partial. Each viable, but could have a very detrimental knock-on effect if you fully invest and don't get anything done. That could be the GG right there. So discussing the options now and working out their next move.
Oh, it's a tough one here to figure out. This would be 2 heartbreaking map losses for the Bad News Eagles.
So they have fully invested, Dinko. Series point on the line. They've got an array of Galils. They have to do a full execution here. Can't run a default. Can't look for picks. Just don't have the weaponry for it. You have to just wait for the CT aggression. I'm expecting a full execution to come through here. 3 smokes, flashes, Molotovs available. The The bomb outside A for now.
Well, we've seen Xantares in mid not getting a whole lot of action, but here they come this time, knocking at his door. Well, he's got the guard dog out. Who let the dog out? Here we go, Xantares. He might get another, and he will. No one's coming in.
I didn't like those peaks, but I forgot who I was dealing with. Xantares, the Terminator.
Get off my lawn.
He has gone absolutely sicko. And this is a huge round, of course. This is for series points.
He's got eagle hunting.
And at this stage, if they win this without a plan, the money's shattered. And Xantares oversteps the mark. That was not required. He had them locked in.
Yeah, I think he just got a little
bloodlust
rabid at that point. So just kept going. 35 seconds.
They probably lose it now. I'll be honest with you. That kind of frag, it's the kind of one that just opens up the window of opportunity. Look how passive they are. In towards B.
Yeah, Calyx is just in the temple.
Yep, there we go.
Shot from Amor.
Yep, the knock-on effect of Xantares.
Here we go. They're in the sight. Bomb goes down.
Oh, it's such a shame. Just had to show a bit of discipline there.
All they needed.
And he's giving it up.
Oh, no.
Against the Galils.
Oh, this is just horrible to watch for Eternal Fire, but fantastic as the Bad News Eagles soar.
5-on-3, lads, and that's how you decide to operate. Look at, you can see his corpse there. Was it needed, Xantares? You'd won the round. Shocking.
That could give it up. That could give the map up.
Like, I get it. You're feeling it. You're hitting your shots.
Sure, but it's not.
You've just sacrificed the guaranteed win there for nothing. Like, you just ended the round quicker. That was all you were looking for. That's a shame, but huge performance there. Great shots of the Galils. I didn't think they'd have any chance in that round. They shouldn't have done. And that's going to be tilting them off the face of the planet. How can that happen?
I wanted to see a more cam right there. But Synops, you got to hand it to him. I mean, they take the opportunity.
It's sick recovery. Like, they shouldn't have been in that scenario in the first place. Everyone goes down as well.
Yeah, Xloud even gets caught. Well, here we go. Deciding moments. Round 29 again. BNE versus Eternal Fire. And Amor this time starts in mid. Goes for the peak. Doesn't come away with a kill. He misses some shots. Amor as the AWPer. He's kind of in that position out of necessity rather than choice. Woxic leaves the team. Amor has to pick up the AWPing duties. And you can see he's not a natural-born AWPer at times. Definitely can wield it, but he's going to miss some of these openings. Eternal Fire will have to play in the 5v5 and let BNE dictate this round. Molotov into mid. BNE are in the driving seat at the moment. They're steering this towards victory if they can pick this round up, because the money's gone for Eternal Fire if they lose this one. Even if they win this round and lose forces, another missed shot. They don't have enough cash. It might even be overtime. Even if they lose this one, Xloud at least gets aggressive and catches one flat throw. So a couple of attempts missed by Amor, but the opening kill still goes the way of the Turkish team.
This game has got it all, hasn't it? Action all the way.
Here he goes again, Henry.
He needs to hit one of these.
Here he
shots
goes.
have whiffed.
Synopsy's been sharp. Oh, he's missed it! Synopsy brings him down, and that's the ace site. Completely open.
3 for 3 on the misses there. And again, the round is collapsing. Xantares needs to go nuclear here. He gets the first. The bomb is going to be planted. Back to the 3-on-3. No kits available. He needs to carry the round single-handedly. The Terminator spots one, but he is shut down. Rigon looking for series, or map point in their case. And they've got it, I think. There's no kip. They just have to save the weaponry. 3 misses from Amor.
This isn't going to be a good buy from Eternal Fire. They don't have anything. 3 attempts. If you're going to be aggressive, you've got to at least hit one of them. Calyx is still going for this. Still getting in. Tries to get away with the AWP. If he can get this away, that's at least something. But he's getting chased. He gets around the corner. Calyx is on the sprint. GXX on the hunt. The nade slows him down. Calyx is just running away. But GXX in hot pursuit. The AWP is about to get caught. Calyx doesn't save this. He does not save this. Scenari comes in, and BNE with full celebrations because they know they are just moments away from map number 3.
Unbelievable scenes, really. Just when you think Amor had so many chances to close it down, then 3 missed shots. And it all comes crumbling down. They lost to the Galils, a 5-on-3 beforehand due to the lack of discipline. And now the missed shots come back to bite them. They save nothing. And the money will be shattered. They'll take a tactical pause. What can you say? You're going to stack with some SMGs? Stack with the pistols. You won't have many options here. This has been a bit of a throw towards the end.
They had it in the bag, Henry. They had it in the bag.
It was a done deal.
Santaros, multi-kills. They're up in a 5v3, and it's all gone wrong. But the Bad News Eagles, they had a similar performance. On Mirage, where they let it slip. They let some rounds go. And it cost them. It's Eternal Fire's turn. They really are mirroring each other. But here we go. I hear a lot of action.
Here we go.
Let's get into it.
What have they got?
Round number 30.
1M4. A single for Mass, and Zantares knows he has to deliver once again. He's being Molotov'd out, though. Only takes a couple of ticks, down to 87 points of health. Hasn't got the helmet, but doesn't even have a head now.
Nope.
Nade lands at his front door.
That's the best player they've got, with the best gun they've got, and it's now down below half health. They've come to battle with some wooden sticks. Timing on the peak. Rigon just trades that position. Zantares is going to hold from the A connector, but he's going to walk too wide. He's going to go down here. Surely. Luckily gets away with it.
Yeah, wide swings from Zantares there on low HP. It's brave. Doesn't pay the ultimate price just yet, but they've got some mid-control. They're coming behind him. They smoke off towards the A connector, and they're pushing through it, in fact. They're going to try and catch him off. He won't be ready for this. Should be a double kill.
Oh,
and
here he
indeed,
comes.
delivering on all fronts. 5 on 3. Call it a third map. Everyone else on the other side of the map here, and there it is, confirmed. And there we have it.
The Bad News Eagles coming back into the series every round, every time, between the Bad News Eagles and Eternal Fire. How do you recover mentally from that one, Henry?
I'm not sure they can. That is so disappointing towards the end of it. So many opportunities to close their map pick as well, and they let it slip by. But congratulations, Bad News Eagles. They're taking us to a third. This one is starting to heat up.
I want more Counter-Strike, says B&E there as they take it to a third map. Unreal resilience coming through from B&E right there. They had so many different opportunities, 3-on-5s to get that 15th round. Eternal Fire couldn't quite close it, and we continue in familiar fashion between these two teams.
One unbelievable last 6, 7, 8 rounds of that game. I mean, Eternal Fire, the number of good positions they were in and they couldn't convert it. I mean, I think we've seen enough evidence over the last few days to conclude absolutely that Eternal Fire just sucks on the CT side of Anubis. They really struggle on it. I don't like how Zantares plays mid, even though he's having, you know, obviously good performance in that map. It just feels like he's so committed in so many of these duels when it's a spot that you do, the best you can do is just give ground. Maybe they should swap Emo into there playing a little bit more, but Eternal Fire were in prime position to close out that series, and I think they let their foot off the gas a little bit too much, too many mistakes, not enough pauses, and yeah, they opened the door just enough for Eternal Fire to slam their way in and push us to a third.
Yeah, the CT side, again, it's so incredibly costly right there when it comes down to closing out rounds where they're in the advantage. You said you didn't like how Zantares was playing that mid side. He finds 2 kills. He's able to open up the round. You think, man, right there, 3-on-5. You're in prime position to grab yourself that 15th round, but you saw how much space they gave thereafter, and I think that was a huge deal here for the defensive on Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take it all away from the Bad News Eagles. They first half was reasonably competitive, but in that second, they did play some good Counter-Strike. It was simple CS for me. I think that's how a lot of the teams are just playing Anubis. You just sort of default, you take your control, and you hit a site. It's not a map where there's as much push and pull as a lot of the other maps in the pool, so I don't think you need to be the most strategically innovative. You can just sort of run some standard rounds, and you're going to be okay. So, yeah, B&E for me played decent Counter-Strike, but I'm absolutely certain that Eternal Fire will watch back this demo and wonder on some of these afterplants and some of these late round situations late in the game what was going wrong, because they were feeding him one by one. They had one of those A retakes. They had so much utility and none of it went towards the bomb. None of it cleared out any corners. Players are feeding in one by one by one. It's just guys, you know, grouped together a little bit more. And yeah, Eternal Fire. God, I'm honestly gutted for them, because that was a brutal way to lose the second map.
Yeah, I mean, so now we have a third map waiting in the wing here. They did lose this one in brutal fashion. They couldn't quite close it out. I feel like they did have a couple opportunities here. Maybe they didn't close it out. But it's another 16-14 loss here to Bad News Eagles. This is kind of familiar scenes to Eternal Fire. They're able to pick up these maps. They're able to take the distance in these series, but it's always close between these two teams. Do you think there's going to be a change here in this third map to finally flip the script?
No, absolutely not. I mean, they've already played one Inferno and it went 30 rounds. And it just seems to be the memo between these two teams that there really isn't a lot to separate them. And equally, when one gets in a winning position, it seems to be absolute kryptonite to get it over the line. So, no, I expect nothing less than over. Maybe I haven't had an overtime yet, so surely we're due one in the third.
Only if we're lucky. Only if we're lucky. So far, we have been pretty lucky in this series, as we can take a look at some of those stats. And Terra's still delivering in a good form, but like you said, there's a couple of moments where maybe he could have reined it in a little bit towards middle and actually helped them out in closing rounds. But all things considered, man, Bad News Eagles coming in with a full team effort, no missing pieces, everyone stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, it was a good team performance. I quite enjoyed how they just kept things simple and played together, and they were the ones in those late situations towards the end. They kept a cool head. They did get a bit feisty in some of those rounds. They got really aggressive. They had a few afterplants where they're just going for it. They're looking for frags. They're getting up in the face. They're making Eternal Fire uncomfortable. It's certainly not the standard approach to those afterplants in Counter-Strike, but they made it work. And yeah, for Xantares, I just fundamentally, I've seen it a few times, I just don't really like the way Eternal Fire approaches mid. It's not necessarily a massive diss on Xantares, it's more like, I really do think they need to, watch their Anubis, CT sites back, watch some of the other top teams, see how they're playing, and just have a bit of a rethink on this overall approach, because we've just seen it a few too many times now that they might look like they're in good positions, but they just can't really capitalize upon it and put up, good round numbers.
Yeah, so setting our sights towards Inferno here, it's going to be our last map of the night, and I got to ask, what's going to be the big win condition here for Eternal Fire? Are we going to need to see something special out of their Inferno to change the results from the last time these two teams played on this map to now?
I genuinely kind of believe that Eternal Fire's own worst enemy is themselves. I really do think that if they play solid, clean, fundamental Counter-Strike, I think they might be a better team than Bad News Eagles. I think they have better individual players, and I do think Major can call a pretty decent game. So that for me, for them, is the win condition here, to play, really strong Counter-Strike, good trading, good spacing, afterplants, communicate well, and a map like Inferno really comes down to those fundamentals. It's such a simple map, and yeah, maybe during this tournament we haven't always seen the best fundamentals from Eternal Fire, and also, I guess it has to be mentioned, there's so many damn maps now into today and over the last few days that maybe that could also be taking its toll and making it harder to stay absolutely glued together when it's hard to even focus on your crosshair.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to hop into Inferno, but that's going to be right after this short break, guys. So make sure you stay tuned here for the last map of the night. We'll be right back.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
and let's introduce our second guest, Regali, formerly of Game Agents or Fnatic Rising, now playing in Copenhagen Flames, absolutely tearing up the scene right now. They've been playing super well, they've won some of our tournaments.
Hello everybody watching this.
You guys are playing an obscene amount of games.
Trained a lot, we practiced a lot.
Were you a bit worried after you joined? And
he was one of the main reasons I really wanted to join Copenhagen Flames. Right now I became strong with Rifle as well.
The thing is, it sounds like you're continuing to expand your game.
We are playing way better in officials.
How do you find time to practice? You guys have obviously been placing super highly in these events consistently now.
Welcome back to the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals. We're heading into the last map of the day between Eternal Fire and the Bad News Eagles. Mistakes have been made, 16-14 on both maps, every round possible, Henry. And we're going on to Inferno, and let me tell you, they've played it twice in their history.
What was the score?
The least score was 16-13.
Okay.
And the most recent was 16-14. So
we're in for the long haul then, as we'd like it.
Strap yourself in.
It's the way we do things around here. We like to burn the midnight oil time and time again. There's not much of it left, but we've still got another day in us. A grand final tomorrow.
Could be this matchup.
And we're trying to find our first grand finalist. It's going to be a close one for sure. Definitely a lot of mistakes there, but sometimes the mistakes lead to exciting moments. Certainly a lot of those as well. I would say the only glaring issue we had for Eternal Fire there was xCloud not really showing up. They had to move him around because he couldn't get any frags going in towards that A-bomb site. Xantares looked amazing at times, but unfortunately he started falling off and was actually the reason they didn't actually get the map over the finish line there.
And Imora's AWP not finding its mark a lot of the time, despite a lot of peaks coming in. And you're starting to see maybe that weakness, that lack of AWPer. You're looking at Walkstig, he would have hit those for sure. So you're in this position where, you know, you're not in the best position, you don't have an AWPer, and we know that the best teams in the world require great AWPers, and they just don't have that option right now.
Emotionally as well, I would say B&E have the upper hand. They seem to be able to hold it together when proverbial shit hits the fan.
Or the real stuff, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Well,
here we go. Final map of the day. Final map of the night. Inferno. Bad News Eagles versus Eternal Fire. Look at those odds. Split down the middle, and for good reason. The least competitive time ever played on this map was 16-13. They love all the rounds, these two teams. Very equally matched. But I'm siding with Bad News Eagles on this one, Henry.
I'll go with EF then. I'll believe in my boy. In more. He can bounce back. Major. Flashing in Xantares. Like we said, the Terminator, but a few malfunctions towards the end of Anubis there. The T-1000 took him down, unfortunately.
New model in, though. And Calix is moving up middle. What a series he's had so far, individually speaking. Kicked it off in Mirage. But they're walking into a four-man stack here for the Bad News Eagles.
One flat rope has looked very crispy with the pistols. Doesn't quite connect the first shot, but there it is. GX trying to sabotage their efforts here towards A. He's got a bit of a shooting gallery here, but he's running out of bullets. How is he still alive? Finally goes down. 2 versus 1. Synopsy on the retake now. Has got a smoke, armor, and 100 HP. Bombs can be planted. Xantares towards the pit. Huge advantage now to Eternal Fire.
Synopsy slipping in. Major tucked in the corner, has just shown his position. Synopsy looks to lock him in, realizing the time is of the essence. He's moving quite quickly, but Major will lock it in. The pistol is there for Eternal Fire. Surprised he still has energy after this matchup. 60 rounds a day. Not only 60 rounds in this game, but they've been playing 2 matches on the lead up to this one, Henry.
Yeah, it's been a long old day for them. I guess you can understand why mistakes start to creep in.
Exactly, you can understand.
Very long day. I don't even know how many matches they've played today, about 20 or something. It feels like the amount of officials they've had and best of threes. But they take the pistol here. Looking to close things out in style on Inferno, if possible. Xantares spraying through the smoke. He goes down early. That's from the 5-7. Full spam. Doesn't really get much done.
The back and forth could start right away.
Yep.
This could be splitting rounds once again.
Big nade.
Yeah, a lot of damage, and that's going to make you more susceptible to going down to these pistols quickly. Just a couple of body shots, and you got another kill there for B&E. Gotta take a deep breath here, Eternal Fire. Still got a lot of time to work with, a lot of utility. You have the better weapons, and they're still moving up banana. They're still going into the scout. And there's another kill. B&E up 2 players now. None of these weapons are being recovered. Eternal Fire still feel like the only option they've got left is to attack this B bomb site. Can they get through Rigon's Deagle? GXX moves out in front of the coffin smoke. He's right through the smoke. He's just hit a shot. Of course he has.
That's 2 now with this scout. They haven't even seen him yet as they boost up.
He reads it, just doesn't hit the shot.
Well, that should be it now. 35 seconds. Calix and xCloud have nothing really to speak of. They can smoke towards CT spawn, but then what do? You've got so many players to deal with on the side itself. Even a couple of bullets connect. That might soften them up enough for the scout here. This time not connecting.
One flatcher up on the boost. This should be the kill. No problem. And they answer back. They lose the pistol, but they bounce back with a force buy, and they're getting loud as well.
I like that. So Zantara is going with the big spray, taken down by the 5-7. Scout connecting a lovely shot there from GX. That was the one.
That's just
filthy.
ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. And a good boost.
How many smoke kills we got here for the Bad News Eagles?
Has to be a force buy in response. The back and forth does indeed start nice and early here. The yelling can come back to haunt you. Major learns the hard way. They've got pistols across the board here, focusing on the utility rather than the firepower. Alex deadly with the deagle. No denying that.
More coming down to the bottom of Boiler. Now he's about to swing. Often a player that likes to do that. Mind of his own and more. Slow round here from Eternal Fire. Not wanting to get involved in any fights too early. I think they're going to be funneled back into Banana. Well, Regon's waiting for them. He has just spotted a couple of players and lines up two. Sinks him. Now Scenari playing towards the sandbags. His teammates trying to quickly get over here. It is Synopsy on the scout. And Eternal Fire have called it off. They don't want to go around that corner. They're going back. And well, Scenari's not one to sit and wait. And he's going to go around the corner and get himself a double. Just close to closing out that third kill, but it's going to be one flat throw from top mid.
Wow. They're enjoying themselves. That's
Yeah.
what you like to see. Smiles all round as another big round is delivered here. Beast with the Galils, it seems. Like, they don't miss a beat with that weapon.
It feels like I'm watching them with AKs.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous. And we even seen on Anubis, the extra 5 bullets actually helped in some scenarios
Right.
too.
They go for that full send spray. Glocks across the board pretty much. 1P250 for Major. Top fragger right now after a great performance of the pistol. But this one will be going in favor of BNE. Trying to land some damage with the scout. Confirmed they are on a full eco with just the Glocks here.
Here we go, Regon. I like the speed we're seeing here from the Bad News Eagles. More in the underpass. Here's the sound. Only has a block though, and Scenari, as you said, Galil Master. This round had nothing in it for Eternal Fire, and they're celebrating every round win here at Bad News Eagles.
Rightly so. Felt like they were down and out in Anubis, right? 15-13 or 14-13 and a 5-on-3. It looked like they didn't have a chance there. They would have been broken financially. Ruin, we were talking about, well, this one's done. Like, they're going to have to try and win the round with pistols, and they get back into it. And now they're in the lead in the third and final map, looking to book themselves a place in the grand final. Of course, they're going to be pumped. AK-47s available on the CT side. One flat rope using the weapon as they try and take full control. Banana here, 3 players progressing down. A key focal point of the map. Successfully so far as well. Recon really is forcing the issue every round. He has not been scared whatsoever. Bad smoke, but one flash, he does get information.
Gets a flash out, gets back into a stronger, safer position. X-Floud gets a kill.
Yes,
and he
indeed.
was definitely one of the weaker performers, as you pointed out. If he starts to get involved, maybe Eternal Fire can step it up again. Swinging through Banana, shot lands for the scout.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. Zantara is down to just 10 points of health. Juan Flatrope. He's out on the balcony here with that AK-47. Oh, nails it! That is absolutely brutal there. What a play that is. Finds the double kill, drops the bomb, secures the round. As we go into a 4-on-2, Calyx and Zantara as a dynamic duo have to step up here, but what can you even do about this one? They can recover the bomb. There is time to work with, but they have next to no utility. 4 kills to find, and they need to get that bomb down as well. Is it worth it? Might not be. Zantara is normally up for it, though. And they start to retreat. They're just going to have to give it up, Dinko. What a showing that was.
Well
Amazing spray down from Juan Flatro.
Not one, but two.
Oh, that's good.
Well, Eternal Fire still tucked between their legs at the moment. B&E have come out swinging and dominating at the moment. Gotta see something different. More positive over in the camp. And Devilwalk taking more of a back seat here. Well, Calyx.
Refueling.
He eats the bruised bit of banana. Doesn't care. Learn from
It just,
Calyx.
I think it's fine. I think you can eat those. It's just the
No, it
sugar.
is.
Yeah. Right?
You can eat it.
Yeah.
I did when I was a kid, Henry. I would.
Were you scared?
Yeah, it's the bad bit.
The
Didn't
bad
wanna eat
bit.
that. Didn't know what it might do to me. You know, if you eat enough bananas, you could get like potassium
Overdose, right?
cyanide poisoning. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you need to like have like 1,000 bananas. But yeah. Can happen.
Maybe one a day. It's fine. 4-1. And they've lost a player here already. Santaris, one of the players who saved. 0-4.
True. I actually frustrated after giving that, some would say, a bit of a gimme there towards the end of Anubis. Forcing the issue a few too many times. He was having a great performance, but probably gave up just as many rounds as he won for them.
Here comes a pack of Bad News Eagles. Around the corner, Rigon will go. He has forced the issue a lot there, and this time Amor is ready. That's the trade. That's the kill given back. Boost. Oh, perfect! Amor rips apart GXX, and now it's all about Scenery. What's he got? Holding as they come on through. He gets a lot of damage and the kill. I do not know how he's managed that. I don't know how he stayed alive, but he has.
He did about 200 damage there, gets a kill. Still, I'd give a slight edge towards Eternal Fire here. With the bomb going down, sure, they're low, but they've set up quite nicely. Crossfire's enabled. 2 low HP players here. Major and Calyx. Desert Eagle just for the in-game leader here. Chicken to help out, little mascot there.
A little bit confused. X-Floud from the new box, a really strong position. It's being held. Major immediately hits the headshot. Juan Flatro takes out X-Floud, but there's still a lot of work to do. A lot of ground to make up here. Major needs to go down quickly, and just like that, both kills come in tandem, and Juan Flatro goes to the defuse. I just love how animated they are. This is what we've come to see and love over the last year for the Bad News Eagles. I think the first time we really got to see them in action was back at the RMRs in Bucharest, qualifying for the Antwerp Major. They went ahead, they qualified, they had some big results there. They went to Rio. We thought maybe it's a one and done, a flash in the pan. They went to Rio, they knocked out FaZe Clan, the defending world champions. Made them finish dead last in the main event, and it's incredible what Bad News Eagles are able to do around the major circuits. But the storyline now is the Bad News Eagles don't really do anything outside of the major. Well, here is a Bad News Eagles looking like they could win a 100K LAN event.
Soaring high right now. Circling their prey.
About to dive.
And unfortunately, the Eternal Fire might be extinguished. Third and final map. It's been a long old day for them. Bear that in mind. Mistakes will happen. Form will drop. Been playing, I think they've played at least 9 maps today. That's the problem when you're not a team that's in the circuit. With ESL or Blast, you don't get the luxury of being invited to everything. You have to grind out ranking points and attend everything you can, whether it be online or LAN. And that can have problematic.
Look at this position. 4GXX. He's just come away with it easily. Knocks Calyx out. Rigon holds down in towards Banana. Another aggressive play from Rigon. Some say he's the best Swiss player since Maniac.
Next to Maniac, yes.
Perhaps in Swiss cheese.
Bit of Toblerone, perhaps?
Yeah, a little bit of Toblerone. a little bit of Lindor.
Indeed.
Lind. Oh. Well, Flatro takes out Major. Major disappointment in that round.
Kind of fancy a Toblerone now.
When's the last time you had one? You know how small they are now, Henry?
Yeah, the Brexit Toblerone especially. Like,
I remember when I was a kid, you get the giant Toblerone.
Yeah.
Now
Well,
it's
if you
like,
go to the airport, you can get like the 6-footer still. I
it
think.
was still like 30 quid for that.
Yeah, that's probably fair enough. Probably takes quite a lot to make those, I'd imagine. Not easy.
Just carrying that in your check-in bag.
I never get there. Like, whenever I go for duty-free at the airport.
Why is it always Toblerones?
And it's always like hundreds of people in there. It's like, it's more expensive than a normal shop. Like, what do you...
But the word duty-free, Henry
It doesn't
Free,
make any
you.
sense, though. Like, you can buy this from Amazon now. Why would you burden yourself on the journey with an expensive, massive Toblerone or a bottle of whiskey? Like, it makes no sense. But like, it's the like mainstay of the airport.
You know how they do it? They make you high because you walk through all the perfume smells, and there's like 100,000 different scents, and it makes you lose your senses.
But nothing is cheaper. That's what I don't get. Like, who are these people buying these things? Like, it seems like a scam. Like,
it's like they put it in different packaging as well.
Yeah.
It's like when people come to like the airport I fly from is Dublin.
Yeah.
And we have like we have this section that's like, oh, it's all the Irish gimmicks, right? You're just trying to trick everybody to buy it. It's like the worst chocolate bar imaginable, and you get it for like 50 pence, and it's like
there
6
must
quid.
be a lot of Guinness merch going on.
Oh, dude.
Big
lot
hats,
of Guinness merch.
rugby shirts.
Yeah, Guinness balls, stress balls,
Yeah.
t-shirts, all kinds of things. I think they even had Guinness Clear, which is just water.
Selling out your own culture, nothing better than that. Good times ahead. But let's get back into it. Tech9s and Eternal Fire, after winning the pistol dinko, haven't done a whole lot, but that's more like it. Xantares, he might pounce on this one. Does manage to reclaim the M4A1S. Juan Flatro sitting in the smoke once again. What can he get done here?
Oh, he's right in the smoke on all 3 Tech9 headshots. But Juan Flatro is still here. He can't deny the plant, but he's still inside of the smoke undetected. Could he be the thorn in their side? Juan gets one, but that's all he will find. Maybe something more could have come with that. But 3 Tech9 headshots, and like, I don't see how that happened. Literally.
Yeah. Well, good job there. It's Xantares that opened things up. Throws a spanner in the works, and with the smokes down, the flash is over. Major sets them up, and they run away with the round. Blinking, you miss it.
This is it. This is where we start to get the Eternal Fire
this
getting into
is
the
where we
game.
go 6-6, and then we close things out 8-7. And then we'll go for the full distance.
They found the fire
I
lighters.
am starting to learn how this matchup like came to this sort of place. Like I didn't believe when you told me the stats, but you can see why. All it takes is one awkward round, and then one team will crumble and give up like 3 or 4.
Yeah, sure. But is the Bad News Eagles always come out on top?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Fire versus Eagles.
I believe like that was the first map Eternal Fire have taken off them in the previous.
Since like
Or the first one,
2021
yeah.
or something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
Crazy. Could have had 2.
Could have had 2. Could be done by now. Well, they do manage to bounce back somewhat with that Tech9 victory.
They do indeed, and now they might win the banana fight too. Rigon's been really good here. Oh!
There he is.
Xantares! Oh, he's got a third! Xantares just destroys them, smokes out CT, and the one-man army has reactivated.
He's had enough. He goes full berserker mode there. Nothing but headshots. We've got to see that from his POV. That looked absolutely wild.
Money's screwed on a lot of players here. You're just going to be looking at the sugar daddy Juan Flatro to give you some cash here and drop you some weapons in the next round here. They do need to save these 2 rifles, because they don't save these, and they're actually pretty screwed.
Yeah, you're right there. The fact he's got close to $8,000, bit of loss bonus coming in as well. He can drop potentially 2 rifles, so has to save at least 1. If they can save both of these, they've actually got a pretty strong buy overall. Let's see if they can do it. The hunt is not on, so they will hold on to the 2 rifles here. Please give us a clean replay of Xantares there. I've got to see those headshots. Let's see what we've got.
If we don't,
just imagine what it looked like.
I've got something more visually stimulant. The Bad News Eagles logo. If you look at it, it's an eagle.
Yeah, I noticed that at the start of the game. I assumed it was like well-known knowledge. I didn't bring it up, but yeah, you can see it's like the
If you haven't
silhouette of an
noticed
eagle.
it.
Here we go. Hold on. 1, 2. Where's that third? Oh, really sick sequence. Well done.
Great mechanics. Plant pot down. One Flatro. Plays in towards long. GXX has the opposition towards top middle, just having a little look. Banana, again, being pressed by Rigon. Eternal Fire, last round they challenge, this round they don't. They just leave it to the CTs to play with. Maybe a little bit more of a focus on A right away. Miss Molotov. Flashes are good though, and that's going to get the AWPer off the angle. Force him back into the site. Eternal Fire getting some ground. There's 3 players here. When does Rigon activate the flank? Seems like now, as the rotation is starting to come in. But let's see how strong the hold is. The initial hold needs to be perfect. They're boosting over the barrel. They're trying to see over the top of the smoke, but nothing's being spotted just yet. That flank from Rigon comes through. It's good for 1, but Synopsy doubles up. And it's xCloud and more. They just can't do anything about this. They posture towards A, but it's only posture. And now they're trying to get back to B in time. It's just the more left. The Tech-9 sprinting. The AWP in his hands. He can be pretty proficient with his weapon, but he gets beaten out by GXX. And it's now 7-3 for the Bad News Eagles as they bounce back.
Sounds like a tactical timeout as well coming through. Real strong play here from Synopsy. Can't believe it's luck, can he? He comes around and sees him boosting up.
At?
I guess they're looking towards balcony, trying to look over the smoke, see if anyone's on the other side, but doesn't work out. Interested if they went for the double AWP setup there. They did, because the B player had a FAMAS and there's an AWP on the floor. Might as well pick it up and see what you can do with the double AWP. Certainly viable on Inferno. Let's have a look then. Round 11. Pretty even so far, about what you'd expect. A buy for Eternal Fire. Money's not too bad, actually, with the loss bonus. Smoke down towards Arch. And in the library position. And here we go.
Taking long. The CTs will smoke them out for a little bit longer here. Do Eternal Fire stay committed? Well, that shot might just sell it to them. GXX peering over the smoke himself, but xCloud, what a shot. He must have seen just a pixel and reacts so quickly. Now it's one Flatro inside of the side alone, and Major hits the headshot. Everybody from Eternal Fire chiming in here. Got to be the save call from BNE.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other choice here, unfortunately.
That's what Eternal Fire can do. Like, it looks pretty good for BNE. They have a lot of players inside of this A bomb site. But just a pixel is all that's needed, really, sometimes. And the individuals just, boom, headshot. Everybody hits one.
Yeah, decent execution there. Mid control granted. Key smokes down. Pins at the bomb site. Hit your shots, and they pass with flying colours. Give a bit of a hunt here. But the CTs are tucked away safely in towards the B bomb site. They're holding towards the ruins, trying to save the AWP. Had the double AWP set up there. Didn't work out for them too well. A little bit overwhelmed, but Rigon will save the AWP for GX, so should be fine for another buy with the saved weaponry. Maybe a tactical timeout here. It's been a while since we had one. Key round coming up. Let's have a look at the replay here. Imor. A few questionable misses on Anubis. Making up for it now. Great shot from Major. He has had a good tournament. Not known for his fragging ability, but obviously been putting the hours in.
Yeah. Actually got to play against Major one time. Got wrecked. Very talented individual when he's on his form. And here comes one Flaxter sprinting down Banana. Fully blinded to the headshot. The player we mentioned, Major gone. Now, Eternal Fire walk up Banana, which is silent for the first time in a long time. Rigon is usually the occupant, but he isn't here now. Xantares is just making sure that no one's hiding around any of these corners.
Well, the execution coming in. Man down. In-game leader removed. Molotov towards the boxes. Antares, as you might expect, to lead the charge here. Good Molotov that lands on the second. Orange is there. Nice reposition there from Rigon in a lineup here. One Flatro only gets one, but a lot of damage inflicted. They're not ready for this.
They didn't check Rigon, and he gets one. Falls off the rigging. And now Scenari's turn, and he goes right through for a double kill. And he wants them. Come at him. Scenari with another 2.
Excellent work. Oh, they're fired up now. 60 rounds in 2 maps. We're here on the 3rd. So we might get all 90. Rigon had to reposition, avoid the flames, didn't panic, didn't fumble it. They didn't anticipate the reposition, and he runs away with it. Scenari comes in with a flashbang from CT Spawn, double spray down, secures the round. And they had the opening advantage there as well, so well converted in the 5-on-4. And we'll see that tactical timeout coming from Eternal Fire this time. Devil Walks is out of there. He's like, you don't even need me. Now he's back now. Bringing over the flannels. There they are. Calix and Demore looking to bounce back here after a couple of difficult rounds.
And it is attached to the mentality of Eternal Fire. We know sometimes their mental fortitude can crack a little bit, especially after such a long day of play. You come so far, don't drop the ball here. Grand final placing. When you play less Counter-Strike tomorrow.
That would be nice for Eternal Fire. I think they've played enough Counter-Strike this week.
No one wants to have to play ENCE either on their way there. Take it now while it's in front of you. The Bad News Eagles about to hold on to what is a 5-man attack into this A-bomb site. Being set up, the utilities coming in, 3 from the apartments, 2 through top middle. Synopsy plays from the graveyard, and he is left in the perfect place. When Flaxtro finally gets one, it's Rigon helping out, but remember the AWP is in a very difficult position here at short. When Flaxtro gets another, but he's traded away, and GXX under so much pressure, but he'll land the shot.
Now, it's up to Calix. This is a one-on-one for now, but the rotation's coming through. Scenari will be towards Library. Transitions towards the bomb site, and surely this is where it comes crashing down. Right down to the wire there. Nice move from GX to pick up the rifle, attack him together, and they're fired up.
I love it. Such a great team atmosphere over there at the Bad News Eagles, always firing each other up. So now he's celebrating like it was him that won the clutch. It's fantastic. You come to become quite fond of their reactions over the last year of the Bad News Eagles. All the clips that we see, we know how much every win means to them. Round 14. To leave this half 11-4. Well, that would be quite the comfortable position for the Bad News Eagles. That's the best case scenario for them here. Calix gets up in the apartments though, from the bedroom. He performs quite well. He gets the opening.
Another opening kill. A difficult round in terms of the investments. Great territory found at the start here for EF. And what's the reaction now? Bad News Eagles on the back foot. Plenty of time, but everyone's starting to coordinate themselves back towards the A-bomb site. Calix in towards Boiler. Rigon trying to make an information play towards middle potentially. Sits in the corner for now. Synopsy. He'll join him underneath the atrium.
This is a good crossfire, isn't it? Feels like a sort of tripwire being set up.
Yeah.
Should be a guillotine being rolled out. Some heads to hit the floor, but the flash is good. Negates the problem. The crossfire severed. And Scenari handles the pressure, fills the gap. Rigon in and out like a flash. And just Major left alone suddenly. Looking to fend off their 10th round loss on Inferno. As you mentioned, not really known for fragging ability at this level. Well, he's going around long. Looks to lay down some law, 15 seconds. They spotted him. Sure, no, they didn't. They just missed him. Major's just creeping up on Rigon. Gotta start planting right now.
Oh, the low HP scenario, I don't think he can really justify forcing this one. It would go down to one-on-one, needs to wait for his teammate.
He's making the right decision.
Oh, this is actually interesting now. So he gives the AWP over.
They line up for him. This could be it! Major's done it! The clutch! A round that looked unlosable for the Bad News Eagles. But I guess the bad news keeps coming.
Major steps up, a 1 versus 3. They give it away. He finds the gap. He walks around the yard. They were aware of it, but chose not to commit to the angle, falling back, thinking there was enough time to fend him off. And like you said, they almost line up for him. The low HP scenario gets dropped. No time to communicate, and Major steals one away. Round number 15, they've just got pistols across the board here. Eternal Fire back on their feet. And a bit of aggression here towards second middle, pushing down towards T-Spawn, in fact.
Oh, and Moore may have found the opening.
Oh, no!
No, and flat throw.
Ooh, can happen, can happen.
Can happen, yeah. Not an easy, well, sometimes not an easy shot to finish off. 9-6.
I'm not sure that would have been that
anything
impactful anyway. It would have been a kill,
Sure.
sure, but they've lost everyone else. But it does hurt. It breaks your heart.
Well, 9-6 half, great recovery. Major made that happen, really. Should have.
He did.
Could have probably, should have been 11-4. So great work there from Major, finding some impact, and it is the individual moments throughout that first half that net Eternal Fire the required 6 rounds. Now if they win the pistol, they convert upon that. Game's going to be tied up.
As we expected, to be honest. Not much
We knew it was
separating
gonna
these two.
happen, right?
Well, the stats speak for themselves. 2 maps, 60 rounds. We're well on track for that again.
It is interesting seeing the sort of differences between how both teams react to certain situations. So we see that when Bad News Eagles lose a round, they absolutely shouldn't. They're giving each other encouraging fist bumps.
Right.
Like, it's okay. Stuff like that happens. Eternal Fire, you know, the opposite, really. You know, they're disappointed with that result and make sure they show it. So difference in sort of mentality on both teams. A halftime break, just a short 1-minute break for the players to reset, have their say, come up with a pistol, make sure everybody's on the same page, know what they're doing.
Yeah. We normally go to an ad break here, but it's nice to keep the action flowing. And another late one here. We will see the second and final half of the evening. Who will be going to the grand final? We'll find out very shortly as we get into it now. 9-6 in favor of the Bad News Eagles as they switch over to the T side. Themselves just a single smoke. 4 sets of Kevlar, no upgraded pistols. We normally say with 1 smoke, you would assume they'll probably finish up towards A. But it's a bit of an A stack here on the CT side. We've got Major top and middle, but then 3 players tucked away on the bomb side, mainly towards the graveyard. Major be tested first. Kevlar as well, looking for a bit of info, then fall back. Here are the Julies. Oh my god, he's got away with it.
He's actually got away with it. The Joel Berettas with the first kill of the round. Major snapping 2 up. The bomb rolls to his feet, so yeah, you got the archway, but you got to go and get that bomb back. And that means crossing into the open where you're going to get shot. Difficult one to swallow there, but Eternal Fire have the pistol. We're set for this comeback. We're set for the scoreline to be tied up.
We certainly are. Very clean pistol. Major delivering on all fronts there. A blind kill for Amor as well.
No bomb plant.
No bomb plant. So we'll see what they've got in mind. Do they go for the full eco or go for Tech 9s?
Usually do see the full eco come through, but Snary's got a Tech 9.
And then he's got Kevlar as well. It's a bit of a strange purchase considering your teammates aren't joining you.
You've got a bit of both, Henry. That's your answer.
Yeah. Well, there's no one else who's got much more than a Glock. It's him with the HE Kevlar Tech 9 combo. We'll see if it does anything for them. Not really.
Gone. Well, that's unfortunate.
He'll be on a Mac 10 next.
Well, Eternal Fire should now be converting this pistol round win into the second. 59, a lot of money. Max Floud and Calyx. 1 more, and we're all tied up again. Listening in on the comms here. Seems pretty chill in the Eternal Fire camp. No reason not to be in this position. Good to see xCloud feeling a little bit more comfortable here. I think the A-bomb site in Inferno is a different story than holding the A-bomb site on Anubis. Keep note of the utility being deposited over towards B here. One player. Okay.
What a player it is.
That's very true. He's almost 2 players.
Yeah.
Calyx elevated on the balconies. He's down into middle. No kill for him. It's actually a more that's been set up for that in a second. 2 easy kills for Eternal Fire. Puts us into a 5 versus 3. Bit of a bonus conversion coming up here for Eternal Fire. And the bomb's going back over to B. Majors come over on the rotation.
Looking to tie things up. They've got themselves a 5-on-3 lead. Xantara is still here. There's the smoke down. Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one to manage. In terms of T-side utility, they do have 3 smokes themselves, so they can execute in a way, but without the flashes or Molotovs, won't be as effective. They can just smoke off spawn and coffins, really. I think you might be better off just, well, there are the 2 smokes, and we go then, I suppose.
Well, Xantara's at the back of the new box. Should be at least good for 1, but it's not. He would have banked on him getting that one, but Scenario's actually cleared him out, and that's given the sight on over to the Bad News Eagles. They still are down a player, especially with that kill from a more. You're down 2.
Need to be careful here.
Do need to be careful they don't let this one slip on Eternal Fire. Rigon from the back of the site alongside Synopsy. It's down to 1v1. How have they made that one happen?
That's absolutely sick.
Oh, that is ridiculous. Another round for Eternal Fire. Well, they just throw it all away.
It was a 5-on-3. And slowly but surely they dismantle the defense there. The retake gets absolutely ruined. Their precision on the headshots here. Look at this. The second kill is brutal. And it's a full eco now for Eternal Fire. Just when they're about to tie things up, they're sent packing to a full eco.
What a recovery.
That's insane.
Major burning away. There's the peak and a more.
It's more like it.
That's a big kill. Here's the boost up. Major, who took a lot of damage in the fire at the start of the round, finds himself elevated over CT. It's a double stack setup. Xantara's is going to play out with the wider angle, try and bait them into his position, then fall back and allow the Deagle Major to get something done here.
It's a little bit strange they didn't check that.
I was very confused as to why they didn't check that, Henry.
Well, another 5-on-3. They recovered it before. It's the exact same scenario, really. If anything, they've got more of an advantage as Rigon gets another one through the smoke here. Remember, they've only got USPs and a scout. So after that kill, I would say B&E still win this. But they'll give it a good go. Thing is, just got no firepower at all. Like, what can you even do here? USPs, like water pistols.
Spud guns.
Ooh. Okay,
Calyx is
packing a punch.
Okay, how is this happening? GXX, he falls.
Have they actually won the round?
Have they just done that, Henry? Yes, they have. How have they just won on USPs?
What just happened there? Hold on, they got it.
Time. The more celebrated. Oh! Well, the more was celebrating big time. He sold me on it.
Oh my days. Devilwalk trying to clap it off, lads. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. It hurts so bad. You've got to clap, though. Everyone clap. Come on. Let's clap. Everyone clap it off.
Well, look, it's okay, guys.
It stings, I know. We've got to step up. But this is the moment where things started to go wrong. And no one's checking the boost, the clean kill. Still, though, with a bomb like that, it felt like
by water pistol.
All they had to do was just hide. No one had to peek. I don't know if they were transitioning to save. Oh, but that's an absolute disaster there. Bad News Eagles. Now they're the ones down to the eco. Back and forth we go. This is unbelievable, really.
It's absolutely
It's like it's scripted.
Brilliant. How do we possibly get every round out of this game?
I don't know, but we do it. We've pulled it off.
Just some ridiculous moments. And maybe Bad News Eagles can win this kind of round.
Oh, my God. It must be just mentally exhausting.
Just having to deal with the ups and
Yeah,
downs.
so going like you've gone from
We did it! No, we did it.
adrenaline dump, dopamine injection to just complete depression. Bipolar CS.
Bipolar CS, a new brand brought to you by Bad News Eagles and Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
Well, team kill in the midst here for Bad News Eagles, but maybe still something. Okay. Another kill for one Flatro, but we should be calming things down here. 2 more kills for Eternal Fire.
And this will tie things up.
Yes, should have happened a while ago. Rigon, maybe there's a clutch to be had here.
There might be, actually.
Bowman is back. Would take a big mistake from Eternal Fire to mess this up because they have a player in the graveyard. Rigon, no peek from Calyx. He's letting him just play here.
So yeah, this is still quite smart. You'd assume he would swing out on this, but the fact he hasn't is a freebie now. So well done from Calyx. Either way, he was probably going to win the duel, but this slows it down a little bit there. And there we have it.
Well, they have had to concede the lead for the Bad News Eagles, and I think it's a deserving punishment for the previous round. But still in the game, of course.
Of course.
No one's ever really out of it.
Certainly not. Full ecos are plenty here, and we do have the buy. That was a bit of a partial in the previous from BNE. Close, but no cigar, I'm afraid. 3 players here at the start. Initial grenades. Don't have to take it. You can leave the smokes and a reservoir of utility, which is what is happening right now. That's going to be Calyx leaving all of his grenades. You can see he's got nothing now. Leaves him by the tree. Aggressive,
Wow,
of course.
that's really a wild play from Synopsy. When Flatro goes and does the same thing, but he comes out on top. Oh, Zantaras just gets absolutely destroyed that.
He's let them in.
He has let them in.
Good
They
nade.
breach the gates. They're in the town. No longer a siege.
Oh, this is a really difficult retake as well.
The
Yeah.
nade's gone. Oh, wow.
To fall
Oh,
off.
of course. We're so back and forth here. It feels like we're just on a pendulum, just swinging. This is brilliant.
No one could find back-to-back rounds. The streak is broken each and every time. X-Floud tucked in towards garbage ship.
They're just the same team at times, aren't they? It just feels like the same moves they're going for. Yes, indeed.
So, very clean. And it will be just that wild banana peak from Synopsy. You'd think that would be the end of their round, but if anything, it led to the victory. Chaos ensues. Banana's finished now.
Maybe he's doing the 1,000 banana challenge.
Exactly. He's like, you know what, lads, I'm out. Give me another banana.
Too many games, too many games.
Give me that cyanide. Let's go.
Death by banana. Here we go. Timeout taken. Tactical from the Bad News Eagles. Beard scratching indeed. Wondering, how do we take control of this game? Snary has a few ideas. He's even given some hand signals.
Yeah, gesticulating, showing what he means.
We're going to return to the action in just a moment.
Maybe back-to-back timeouts?
I think so, given how long we've been here. But here we are, 11-10. Important round ahead. Both teams with buys, both teams with plenty of utility. Also, to note, no AWP presence because, you know, we don't have enough money for that.
No one does, yeah. Every round comes down to a 1v1 and you can't bind a streak of rounds. So, yeah, never going to see an AWP. Oh, locked in by the flames, Antara. Say your prayers. This Eternal Fire could go on a while. Does manage to get out, avoiding the utility. Takes a lot of damage. And now, back to a more default affair here. The bomb's still down in T-spawn. They've ascertained the banana is now free of CT presence. Good flashbang just to check out the sandbag here. It is clear.
Yep.
Major wants to wait until the last possible moment to drop the smoke, get the most he can out of it. Feeling the pressure. He is alone, but he's got another smoke there. Just needs to get the most he can out of each one, being alone. So that's why he has to take a little bit of a gamble there. Funnel them up towards A if possible, where they've got 4 players ready and waiting. You see Zantares trying to work out where he needs to be positioned. He's coming back towards the library. Could be the correct call. Major will deploy his final smoke. He's got an incendiary remaining. And you can see now Synopsy just trying to bait that out of him if possible.
This is going to be a bloodbath. 4-on-4. Final 30 seconds on this A site. That fifth player's coming back now for Bad News Eagles. That'll give them the numbers advantage on this final A play. Xantares is towards Library. He'll come back and focus in on A right now. 17 seconds. First kill is actually from Xantares, and more steps in as well. Finally, Bad News Eagles putting up a fight, but the time, they have to get onto the site. The bomb's down. Calyx gets to line up, and it's all done. Another round for Eternal Fire.
Huge spray down there from Calyx once again, delivering when they need him most. It comes right down to the wire once again, but just didn't have quite enough time there. 10 seconds when they pull the trigger. It's a chaotic exchange, but Calyx comes out on top once again. His Xantares, as we mentioned, so low from the utility towards B, but what a spray down that was from the Library. Looks to be an eco here as well. Juan Flatro will have the AK-47. Helmet as well, and a couple of AKs in fact. So not a full investment, but they've certainly brought a bit of firepower here. 3 pistols, 2 AK-47s. Just 1 smoke remaining, and they're going to try and win this one with pure firepower, if possible.
If they catch the good timing on this solo B hold, they are probably into the site. Major can do nothing but just try and delay with a smoke grenade. I don't think they'll go through it, but then again, it is B&E. And in this kind of round, you're more likely to take some risks. They've thrown a smoke of their own. They're going to go. They're just going to go right through it. Snary gets caught, but he traded onto Major. There's no smoke for CT, though. And Xantares is going to easily take that kill. That nade's going to dunk right on them. And Juan Flatro finally removes Xantares. Tosses the bomb over into the B site. Now we've got a 3v3, Henry.
We really have. This was not looking good from the initial investment from B&E. A couple of rifles, pistols, but now they've brought it back to an even keel. Bomb planted, maybe even give them the slight advantage here. Kits available, incendiary deployed, and the double stack towards Coffin.
Yeah, this is all down to this fight. Flash goes in. It's good from Amor. A brilliant flash, and they've cleared it out. Calyx on a double, and Amor secures. Definitely a close one, and that one's going to hurt again for B&E. But that retake, that was perfect. They had everything they needed. The immediate drop of the 2 flashes from Calyx to Amor. He does the smoke lineup, smokes off Banana, and has these 2 perfect flashes to flash the Coffins players. It was just rehearsed to perfection and executed really well.
Had the info here, Calyx.
He did so well there to get both.
Yeah.
The bottom play just swings a little too wide. It actually allows you to separate it into 2 1-versus-1 duels. Well, 12-11, Eternal Fire in front again, but as you mentioned, they only brought a little bit of firepower to the previous round.
Yeah.
B&E, now they're back to the full buy, and they got the AWP out.
They did. The bomb being planted to get them an extra $800 per player, enabling them to bring out the AKs again. The investment justified in the previous round, and you can see EF struggling for money even after winning a few rounds in a row.
Whichever team makes it through this game to the grand final definitely deserve it. And again, the loser doesn't go home. The loser just goes to a matchup tomorrow to play against ENCE. Still a chance to go into the grand finals.
Wow.
Recon, lovely shot.
He's hit a few of those bangers today, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
That's the exciting thing about this. Sure, there's a few mistakes made, but this skill is undeniable on both teams. It's amazing to watch as we see back and forth frags here. It's going to be the 4-on-3 in favor of B&E, but Calyx looking to adjust now. Gets himself in towards Boiler. He's got players all around him. As they fall back in towards B, it's confusing as to what's going on. Where will they finish? Xantares has to step up. Extinguishes and trying to deny the plant!
Oh,
he's done it!
He's done it! Wow, what a move from Xantares. Now it's a panic station for B&E. They've got to get back to that plant, and that takes 1 player out of commission. But luckily, they're given the respect because Calyx was so far away. You don't want to make that move alone anymore. And so Calyx is coming back up Banana now to try and finish this 2v2. And Calyx again, another crucial kill in the retake. It's down to a 1v1. Can Calyx do it again? GXZ spots him. AWP, you've got to feel claustrophobic, but he's able to get it done. And B&E, they're nearly crying. Scenario, look at the emotions on his face. He can't believe it. This is just trauma right now. He actually ripped the headphones out of his head. Oh, What a marathon. And this isn't even for elimination, Henry. They're just playing just to get to the final. This is unreal. Oh, I thought he was about to cry.
It looked like a really emotional moment, didn't it?
I want to kind of hug him, man.
Yeah. Wow.
It's all right, Snarry. It's okay.
Well, it might be late, but it's certainly delivering on all fronts here.
It's got to help wipe the tears down. There we go.
Oh, wow. It means so much to these guys. Gotta love it. What time we had, Dink? My phone died weeks ago.
If anybody's trying to contact Henry G, contact me at 1 a.m.
Okay, I thought so. I could feel it. All right. This is the real Twilight Zone now. When you get past 1 a.m., this is where the real goofs and gaffs will be displayed. The huge individual plays can come forward.
The tears.
The tears will be.
Chopper a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, true. That's when he was crying as well. Damn. So, EF, they're fully invested now. Money weak on either side. After giving that one up, we've just got one single M4 for Xantares, who has fell off the last few rounds. He hasn't done anything too heroic. It's all been down to the likes of Rigon. Xantares now to be tested. Oh, he's going to be naded again, I think.
Oh, he spotted the head over the half wall. He's given away his position, and here comes Rigon coming through for one. Major gets the C-side kill back, but they know he's the only player left, and they will hunt him down and crack open the B-side again. Save call for Eternal Fire.
Yep, job done. Xantares trying to do it all. Flashed off, and that will be him removed. And remember, this is a full investment, Dinko. This wasn't no partial buy. They will be having to save their pistols and take another eco going forward. So that's going to be 14-12. No need to hunt, really. You're going to see. Well, to be fair, Scenario's got a MAC-10, so he might as well. And which he will. So, jumping around every corner, ensuring he can at least take one down with him. Would be quite nice, actually. They've got no helmets. Insta-kills available. Coming in quietly here now. Spotted. And not going to find the frag. Not the end of the world, though. 2 in a row. As the Bad News Eagles have Eternal Fire on the ropes. Still anyone's game here. Remember, we've had a full eco victory for EF in this game. That was an emotional moment as well.
Yeah, moved to tears.
And there it is. Didn't they recover a MAC-10? They got a MAC-10 kill at the end. Where is it? They took him down in the pit, right? They got the MAC-10. Did he not pick it up? Did he get blown away?
Couldn't tell you. Didn't get the camera on it, I don't think.
Well, no, it was there. They killed him in the pit.
It's not there anymore.
Well, apparently not.
Taking banana here already, BNE. You know they're going up against weak guns. Can't lose a round like this. It's a good start. One for Xantares, but shouldn't be any more. Scenari moves the rifle. And it's just down to Calix.
Yeah, not much you can do with this. Maybe a couple of nice one digs at the very most, but the bomb's gone down. It's confirmed it. 14-12. B&E in touching distance now. After the eco, we will have a buy. It would be potentially glass cannon for a more if he really wants to bring the weapon out. Final map of the day. Who will be our first grand finalist? Unclear now, looking likely to be BNE.
For now.
Yeah, but you never really know.
Could change in the next round or so.
Xantares, as I mentioned, he's gone a bit quiet. Like, Major's caught up with him in frags. Like, and he was beast mode at the start of this game.
Calix gets away.
Not with much, but something.
Something, sure. A little bit more composed here from BNE at the moment. They know they're in control of the game for now. There's the difficult round coming up next. It's a sign of whether or not we're going to see Eternal Fire continue to stay competitive right up until the very end. We've needed all 30 rounds in every map of this series Round 27 now. Bye for both teams. And B&E quick to run up banana. Rigon with the AWP at the logs, looking for the initial peak. Nothing coming around just yet, but he's going to keep moving. Immore's holding this, flashed away. Smoke comes in. That's going to hold B&E at the door for a while. They just break through sometimes. They won't be denied access to this B-bomb site for long. Immore's got to force them away.
Huge round.
They've slipped already.
Yeah.
They've slipped by the scope.
He's aware of the prospect of that,
He's
but
missed
now
a
he's
shot.
done. He's done.
Missed too many of them, but he's finally got one. But Rigon, he's just not missing anything in this game.
Got to save. There's literally no way you can go for this.
15. Series point. Grand final point for B&E.
And they just sneak past the AWP scope. It's enough. Immore gets one, but you're right. He gave them a little bit too much ground there. And that's going to be series point. B&E were the favorites coming into this, if you ask me, but certainly has delivered on all fronts. Like, it's always an entertaining matchup. They've got similar play styles, similar frantic, chaotic players with huge amounts of skill, all culminating in a very close, exciting, emotional best of three. Both teams like to yell as well. Must be a fun atmosphere down in the state. What do we call it? The tournament room.
The competition vicinity.
Yeah, the competition area, whatever you want to call it. Nice atmosphere down there. I believe they're in the Intercontinental Hotel, but
nice hot conference room. 15-12. One more round, and B&E are off to the grand finals here in Malta. Eternal Fire bring to the table a FAMAS alongside 4 M4s of different varieties, and B&E are quick up banana again. Xantares under a lot of pressure, standing in fire. He's got his teammate Major coming in. It's the nade kill, luckily, for Xantares that keeps the numbers even. One for one.
Quite fortunate there to even get away with that one. It looked like Xantares going down early again, but still, we'll take the trade. Major is sacrificed, but out of the two, maybe Xantares should be the one to live. A pop from the apartments. This will be a flashbang over Dinko, and they'll just go for it. Full send. Ready? Deep breath. They'll be going in any second. They've got a flash from middle coming in.
This could be the final movement. Calix under pressure. Molotov in. Smokes it out to stay alive. And in the meantime, his teammate is assisted in bringing down some of the forces of B&E. It's an advantage for Eternal Fire. It's not done yet.
It's certainly not. They're slowing down. They're pumping the brakes.
Might be another round for Eternal Fire here.
I think it might be. They do have flashbangs remaining, but they've given their hand up. They know they're coming in towards A. Commitment coming through now. Molotovs deployed. Flashes coming in.
Calix has to change position from big pit to mini. X-Flout has done well to get one already in the round, but can he get any more? Time is starting to tick. The Bad News Eagles starting to come into this one, taking flight, and Calix looks to pull them out of the sky. He's got one, but GXX soars higher than any of them, and it's all on Immore. A 1 versus 2 as he comes back in. He is possibly the reason, or one of the reasons they lost the previous map. Well, this would be some redemption. A difficult retake. One player in the pit, one in the site. Immore with some utility, but he's playing contact. He looks to slip in undetected, and he's done exactly that. When Flatcher doesn't see him, Immore to the headshot. He's got a smoke. He'll throw it on the bomb.
And it's the AWP to try and defend here, trying to get close. Might have to go for the knife here. Touches the bomb. It's coming right down to the wire. He's above him! And it's a P250 to close things out. It goes the full distance, but Bad News Eagles take it on Inferno. Right down to the wire. A 5-on-3 recovery, and they do it again. Wow!
Straight to the grand final for the Bad News Eagles. And for Eternal Fire, it is not over yet in Malta. They will have one more chance. It does mean that the marathon will continue into tomorrow. If they are to make it to the grand final for a rematch against the Bad News Eagles, they will have to do it by cutting through ENCE. But it's Bad News Eagles with some good news tonight. They're heading to the grand final.
What a way to finish this series, man. Finally, they bucked the trend. It's no longer a 16-14, but the way that Bad News Eagles just closed that one out was absolute insanity.
I mean, let alone this last round. That A bomb site had 3 players in crossfires. They had barely any utility, and somehow they just find 1 kill in the end. I mean, insanity is the only word I can think of, but it doesn't do that series justice. That was honestly up there with one of the craziest series I think I've ever seen.
It has to be, man. We're getting to the late hours of the night, and it doesn't get any crazier than some of the plays that we were watching. Impossible retakes taking place there from Eternal Fire. We thought it was going the distance. We almost thought it was going into overtime, the way things were shaping up. Constant trading of back and forth. It was so similar to what we got this entire series, where you couldn't really tell which team was coming out on top.
Yeah, I know. It's like, honestly, these two teams are like, like a dysfunctional couple that they just don't, they just refuse to split up, but it's an absolute disaster when they're together.
You can't look away.
That's what these two teams are like. Like, they're just absolutely attracted to each other, and it's just an absolute mauling every time it goes the distance. It's almost painful to watch, but it's all of our guilty pleasure just to keep watching these rounds be pumped in. I mean, this whole game, Inferno and the other maps included, was just... I've just never seen anything like it. Every round is completely unpredictable. So many unlikely round wins and wins on pistols and after plants, 2-on-5 wins, 3-on-5 wins. I mean, you wouldn't use this map as an example to up-and-coming players for how to play strong fundamental Counter-Strike, but in terms of raw entertainment value, I think we got our money's worth in this one.
No question. I mean, what a way to end off the night. Absolute electricity between these two teams. Whether, it's for the best, at least for us, it certainly is. Maybe not for Eternal Fire, though. They have more of a marathon here to go on through. We know that these guys have been going through it. I think this map here officially hits 30 in 6 days, if I'm not mistaken. So that's an insane amount of Counter-Strike to be playing. 30 maps, at least, here played out by Eternal Fire, and potentially 6 more tomorrow if they wanted to get that lion's share of 100K.
Yeah, I think still give them quite a lot of credit for how this map played out. I think it's pretty obvious. You can even see from how mellow and unanimated they are that surely exhaustion is playing a huge factor at this point. And they were down, 4-9 early in this game. And you think this is a done deal. B&E are just going to roll over them, and they find so much tenacity to claw out the end of that first half and then go into second to streak ahead and really make this game compelling. So I know they lost it, but it was still a pretty mighty performance given the overall context of just how much Counter-Strike has been going through these guys' veins in the last few days.
Yeah, and again, I got to give him so much respect for actually, making that one close here, taking it to a third map. I think frustration could have very easily set in after losing Anubis in such a close fashion. It was mentioned on by the casters, I think Henry said it. It was a 3-on-5 that they kind of let slip, and that was the breaking point for them. It's very difficult to emotionally get back into the game, especially after you've already played 2 series today. And they were able to do that. They made it close here on Inferno, especially with that slow start that they got on their, I believe it was T side. They weren't able to get many rounds to kick this one off, and it was the opposite was true for B&E. They were able to string things together in a nice fashion. So credit to Eternal Fire here. They tried and kept themselves in the game despite having such a long day.
Yeah, and of course, even though Inferno went close to the end, I'm not going to shake the feeling that Anubis was their chance to win this series. That's where it slipped away. It's CT side Anubis that just needs an overhaul from these guys after this tournament, presumably before those RMRs. But as we can see, we're a fair dinkum distance now into this playoffs. We've had a lot of games today. Those first two, the 2-0s, of course, they weren't covered by us. That's just how this plays out. And we were on these super long games. You can see the Eternal Fire B&E. We just had that one. Yeah. And the I guess the ENCE Movistar wasn't the longest slog, but it was hardly a quick affair either. So we enjoyed ourselves. Production, they always love a good long series to end the day as well. So we heard them screaming. We've heard them screaming all night. They were so happy when the distance. And
when they hit that third map, I just felt the energy explode there. They were cheering up the storm. Because they got one more. Well, they were chanting one more map the whole time. So we certainly got it. We certainly got that one more map. But we do have 2 more best of 3s for you all. That's going to be played out tomorrow, though, as that is all that we have for tonight, guys. We're going to be playing back those lower bracket finals and then the grand finals of this event. We're going to be taking a first place prize home here tomorrow, whether it be Bad News Eagles, ENCE, or Eternal Fire. So stay tuned here. We're going to be ending off for the night, so I hope you all have a wonderful night. But yeah, see you tomorrow.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
And let's introduce our second guest, Regali, formerly of Game Agents or Fnatic Rising, now playing in Copenhagen Flames, absolutely tearing up the scene right now. They've been playing super well, they've won some of our tournaments.
Hello everybody watching this.
You guys are playing an obscene amount of games.
Trained a lot, we practiced a lot.
Were you a bit worried after you joined? And
he was one of the main reasons I really wanted to join Copenhagen Flames. Right now I became strong with rifle as well.
The thing is, it sounds like you're continuing to expand your game.
We are playing way better in officials.
How do you find time to practice? You guys have obviously been placing super highly in these events consistently now.